the Radical Innovation Summit. We have an incredible program for you today and what is going to be a very active day here at Universidad de la Libertad. Without further ado, I'd like to pass on the microphone to our dean, nuestro rector, el doctor Jorge Díaz Cuervo.
Thank you, Roberto. Welcome every one of you to Universidad de la Libertad. And special thanks to Atlas Network and its valuable network of support. Thank you to the Human Rights Foundation and to Centro Ricardo Salinas Pliego for making this possible. I also want to congratulate the 8 projects and its owners. Out of 50 applicants, they were the ones chosen to be here with us. I am sure all of these projects will be successful and they will definitely meet their goals. Thank you also to all the more than 40 participants in the co-creation process, including UL facilitators. Also thanks to our 27 students that were hosting you all in these events. And thanks to everyone who has attended this spectacular program. I am sure we are all learning, and I'm sure we all have been working out our minds. 3 years ago, a little more than 60 students believed in Universidad de la Libertad. Today, we have more than 250 students, fantastic students. In professional learning and graduate programs, by the end of the year, we will have served more than 800 people in these first 2 years of the university. In no more than 4 or 5 years, our enrolled community will reach 1,000 students in undergrad programs, and probably around 3,000 to 4,000 in professional learning and graduate programs. At UL, we are planting seeds of freedom. We believe that liberty is a necessary condition for innovation, and that liberty plus innovation in a competitive environment lead to prosperity for all. The seeds of freedom will become trees, and soon enough, we will have forests of leaders moving Mexico forward. A university focused on innovation and business must always connect with the brightest minds that are shaping and changing the world. The Radical Innovation Summit is precisely that. It's bringing to the Núcleo de la Libertad inspiring conversations around freedom, decentralized technologies, and entrepreneurial mindset. Welcome again, and let me express a special gratitude to Brad Lips and its team. I am sure our partnership will transcend our times. Thank you, Brad, and please come to the stage.
Well, thank you very much, Jorge. It really is a pleasure to be back here at Universidad de Libertad. As you said, it was 3 years ago that you opened the doors to the university, and a couple of days prior to that, we held our first Radical Innovation Summit. So it's been fun to come back a number of times and have this place begin to feel like home to many of us at Atlas Network. The Radical Innovation Summit, I think, is growing in importance because there's 2 trends that are unmistakable to anyone that that has their eyes open. One is that the frontiers of innovation that we're all participating in are maybe more exciting than any time in human history. So if you're a young person coming of age at this moment, you have to be thrilled by the opportunities that await anyone that has ambition and a creative mind. The second trend is more worrisome, and that is that in the United States and in Mexico and in many other countries, we have a level of political volatility that feels unusual. And if you're a young person coming of age, I think you should be concerned that the future that ought to be created by the innovators of this generation may in fact be sabotaged by a political class that's petty and that has this zero this mindset of stasis and of dividing up that which currently exists instead of growing it. And that's why we're here together. I'm grateful that Ricardo Salinas Pliego himself has been so personally brave and vocal about the challenges that are being posed to the future of Mexico by its current political elite. And I'm grateful that the Universidad de Libertad exists with this foundational commitment to classical liberal ideas and explaining how those are woven into the fabric of how innovation comes about. And I think that Atlas Network, the organization I'm privileged to lead, is uniquely situated to be a great partner to the university in its ambitions, allowing it to sort of tap at a global scale into these trends of free market ideas and innovation. We are the hub for a community of more than 500 organizations around the world and operating in more than 100 countries. Think tanks, do tanks that are all focused on how do we get government out of the way of free men and women who should be able to use their talents as they see fit. Not all of these organizations think of themselves as being in the business of fostering innovation, but they are. Jorge alluded to this in his remarks. I think of a great quote from Matt Ridley's How Innovation Works, where he said that innovation is the father to prosperity, but it's also the child of freedom. And I think this should make intuitive sense to everyone here. You don't see innovation being driven by government agencies. It's not something that can be commanded by any central authority. It's what arises when you give freedom to people to experiment in ways of serving the wants and needs of their neighbors. And what I really think is exciting is that this event that we've been privileged to hold with Universidad de Libertad is all about how do we unite the champions of free market ideas and the innovators in the spaces of decentralized tech and AI and other frontiers of innovation. How do we bring these cohorts together? Because we see them as natural allies, and this is what fuels our commitment to this partnership around the Radical Innovation Summit. It's what fuels our partnership with Centro Ricardo Salinas Pliego, which has funded a line of grants at Atlas Network. So just in the past year, we've been privileged to work with the Centro in helping our partner in Uruguay to launch a Doge-like project, technology-driven efforts to root out examples of waste and redundancy in the law in Uruguay. We've helped create an online course in, and now I'm forgetting. Sorry, but in Venezuela, we've helped create this animated series teaching economic principles to young people. It is a project of CEDICE, an organization that's been targeted by the Maduro regime, but which remains very focused on bringing young people to understand economic principles and the importance of freedom. And in Bolivia, we've been privileged to work with an organization that's created this documentary series about entrepreneurship and how it can create prosperity in pockets that are operating within a lot of disadvantaged situations and despite what has been, until recent, an authoritarian government. So these are important projects. We've been able to help with the help of Centro Salinas, and it's really inspiring to get to work with so many organizations, some of which are represented in this room today, that are part of the Atlas Network. I'll mention one in particular, Human Rights Foundation, which I've been a fan of for a long time, and it's wonderful that they're sponsoring a workshop within today's program. So thanks to HRF, and of course, thanks to all of our friends at U of L. And thanks to you, because this wouldn't matter if we didn't have people that were coming out to help us grow this community that believes in expanding the spheres of economic liberty, personal liberty, political liberty, and in so doing, expanding the spheres of innovation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad, for your words, and we very much look forward to continue the work, the conversation, many future editions of the Radical Innovation Summit and other projects as well. So our first speaker today is going to be none other than Petar Shekerabat. I think I pronounced it right. And Petar is... Petar deserves a double applause because he's really become part of the heart and soul of the Radical Innovation Summit. Several calls with my colleague, Guillermo Peña-Panting, the Director of Strategic Alliances here at the university, to put together this outstanding program. So double thanks to you, first of all, because you're going to say your words right now in your presentation, and also for all your hard work for the Radical Innovation Summit. Thank you, Petar.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Roberto, and thanks everybody at the university as well. It's great to see you all here at the third Radical Innovation Summit. After these 3 years of doing the Radical Innovation Summit here in Mexico City, and around 3 years of Atlas Network's project on decentralized technology, I'm convinced more than ever that what we are doing here and with the program generally is going to have a profound and deep impact on the world in the coming years and the coming decades. And I'm generally not a person that hypes things up, and I'm quite conservative when I promise things. But here is why I think what I think. As Brad said, the world is in a strange place right now, and if you like freedom, it can feel depressing, right? If you're pro-freedom, and even for not only for just a general person, but I think for a lot of people in our movement, it can feel strange, confusing, and high pressure. And it's just the state of the world. The free trade as we knew it is dissolving. There is this geopolitical instability through these many violent wars like Ukraine, like Middle East. There is tensions in Southeast Asia. Internally in the countries, both developed and less developed, there is a polarization. There is political violence. People trust the institutions less and less. There is discontent. There is this overwhelming sense that nobody actually cares, and then it's just like everything is just like sliding towards some disaster. But at the same time, if you study history, you find these periods in history as well, and you realize that times like these have happened before. And indeed, every 100 years or so, there seems to be a period where things like this happen. They're unfortunately usually violent periods that cost human lives. Hopefully we can learn on mistakes this time. But generally it happens that people lose trust in institutions, people start being polarized, hating each other, deploying political violence. There is an overwhelming confusion in the public discourse, a lot of populism, a rise of strongmen, things like that. But if you study history even more, you find out that periods like that are usually followed by renewal, by prosperity, reconstruction, a new sense of optimism, and a new era of prosperity. And if you study even deeper, you realize that the seeds of future prosperity and these optimistic periods are often planted in the times of crisis. And all of this has happened before. You can trace it throughout history, broadly speaking. It's not astrology, but it's something that tends to repeat the history. And even if we think about, for example, the history of the freedom movement, I think this has happened before. When Hayek, Mises, and friends gathered in Mont Pelerin just after World War II, they were also very worried about where the world was and where the world was going. And they sat down, they zoomed out, stepped back, analyzed the present, but also the future, and actually looked into the future, and they kind of tried to draw conclusions from the future about what they, as the freedom movement, should do. And I think they have been very successful in this, obviously, because first of all, like what they did defined the freedom movement as it is today, I think, arguably. And but the second thing, it only took a few decades for some of the strongest, biggest economies in the world to completely change because of these ideas and get back on track. And only short decade and a half after that, these ideas penetrated pretty much every country in the world, to an extent. And I'm not saying necessarily they're parallels. History doesn't repeat in that sense. I'm not drawing like bold parallels, but I think we can learn something from this. Today, we again are facing a new paradigm, and I think there are two reasons for that. There are two trends. One is the one that Brad mentioned, and that's that there are periods where, like now, when the leadership, the elites, the political class gets complacent because they're managing an order that they did not actually build, and they're several generations remote from the order that they are managing and maintaining. And that results in neglect of certain small issues that are very tangible to people. And over time, that creates big discontent that then paves way for populism, strong leaders, and redistributionist policies. So that's one trend I think that's playing out. The other one is that technology has profoundly changed the world. And the political life, political culture, and political institutions have not yet caught up, even though it's been a few decades now. So the internet has provided us with free access to information and knowledge. Encryption has provided us with permissionless peer-to-peer communication, and technologies like Bitcoin have allowed freedom to transact. So we can not only talk to each other freely, learn freely, we can pay each other freely. So we have all the elements for human coordination at scale that removes intermediaries. And this creates many opportunities, but also a lot of volatility. And opportunities are obvious. People are getting empowered. They get more choice. They can now coordinate and build companies, institutions, and even sometimes special jurisdictions without governments or without intermediaries. And obviously, this benefits many people in underprivileged areas who can now not only get paid, but preserve their financial assets and gain more independence from the system. It is also a very pro-freedom trend. But on the flip side of that, on the other side, a lot of people are not still enjoying those benefits, and obviously this whole trend challenges the privilege of the political class that wants to suffocate it. So this is why more and more in the recent years we're seeing talks about citizenship-based taxation, closing the financial exits in very sly and roundabout ways, but in the wrong way. And you'll hear first about these trends from wealthier people, but they are going to be, imposed on everyone. And then there is things like chat control, where governments in Europe are trying to control your communications. And there is, what they're doing in the UK, where they are asking for ID to use the internet, basically. So those things, nobody would imagine a free world would do this, but it's happening. And obviously, there is a lot of people who are not included in this, and they're seeing, a wealthy new class emerge, and with that comes envy, and with all this social volatility, the demand for strong leaders to do something about it. And sometimes this is law and order, and more like better policing or more strict, military discipline in the society, but sometimes it's simple redistribution. So these are worrying trends, but we are lucky because in this world where now we basically have a conversation between, two types of authoritarians that's dominating the discourse, there are two groups of people working to counter this. One is people building technologies of freedom, those developing open source software, Bitcoin, decentralized AI, permissionless finance, you name it, encryption, and I call them the freedom technology builders. The other group is people, freedom movements, advocates of freedom, who fight the battle of ideas, who promote philosophy, who educate other people, and who work to change laws. Some of these people also work to create new jurisdictions. So there are different types of people, but it's more like a social science, philosophical, educational push, which is also highly important for shaping the world to be more friendly to freedom. The problem, both of these groups are highly capable, but the problem is they almost never encounter each other in real life. And they almost never collaborate at all. So it is a very interesting phenomenon. And the premise behind the project Decentralized Technology and what we do here is that great things happen when they do. and that bad things happen where they don't. Because if you focus only on technology, you forget that a technology builder can get arrested, their property can get seized. There are many dangers to that. So, for example, Roman Storm, who developed Tornado Cash, is in jail now. He had to spend like $5 million before he even appeared in court. And then if you only focus on the policy side and the battle of ideas side, you can miss more efficient and more effective ways to fight for that political change and policy change. And also you can get front-run by authoritarian governments who will deploy technology, authoritarian technology against you, or other opponents to freedom who may be better positioned to leverage technology. So the whole goal of this program is to bring these groups together and facilitate collaboration so that both groups can be effective. And in a way, this way we are planting the seed for an expansion of this pro-freedom coalition and strengthening of our capacities, because we are all on the same mission. And I think over the past 3 years, we have been validated in a way because, and I'm going to finish with this, there are several groups we supported through these programs, and they're making pretty big steps. So one example is last year we had Ukrainian Students for Freedom win the Shark Tank here with their project to reform the digital assets law and crypto laws in Ukraine, because this country depends very much on Bitcoin and stable coins. And right now this is because of the war, but in the future they would also like the country to be a hub for the development of these technologies. It kind of is already, but it could be much more after the war. And in only one short year, they have come to the position where they're actually drafting proposals, and they're part of the advisory group in the Parliament of Ukraine. They're in the advisory group of the National Bank of Ukraine, and they're also advising the Securities and Exchange Commission in Ukraine. And they have reached out to thousands of people around the country and created a coalition for this change. Another example, Bitcoin Policy Institute in the US has quoted many times not only the funding received here, but the training through the Brain Trust experience received here in shaping their organizational strategy. And they have done several important things in the US with global implications in the past year and a half. A group in Egypt has legalized blockchain certifications in education, and they're now exporting this reform to other Arabic-speaking countries. And this is the first step towards a comprehensive legal framework, pro-freedom legal framework for digital assets. Many other groups. We have a group in Burundi who has benefited from our travel grants and funding to go and build a circular Bitcoin economy in Burundi, and a merchant onboarding center and a school, and they have drafted a proposal to make Bitcoin legal in Burundi. Another great group, so I can't really name all of them, but ODF, Open Dialogue Foundation in Europe, created a coalition of members of the European Parliament and a coalition in the Council of Europe to protect Bitcoin mining in Europe and to reform KYC, AML, and CFT laws that get abused to deplatform political dissidents, but also technology entrepreneurs. So I think we're onto something, and I hope that that you enjoy the talks today and think about your own role in this emergent update of our movement, but also of the world around us. And yeah, that would be this for me, and we can talk during the breaks. But for now, I hope you enjoy the rest of the talks, and I wish you a great day here in Mexico City.
Thank you, Petar. Indeed, it's been a very fascinating ride, and I think very innovative as well. So now, next on our program, we have Stefan Lujan. So please come up.
Hey, I don't know if I'm. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Nice. Good morning, Mexico City. Good morning, Radical Innovation Summit. I want to first thank Peter and the Radical Innovation Summit for inviting me to deliver this talk. I can't express what an honor and gratitude it is to do this. I'm also really happy to share so much space with so many thinkers, free thinkers, social entrepreneurs, and iconoclasts and visionaries. Speaking of visionaries, one of the things I've been ruminating and meditating on lately is this poem by this poet that I really appreciate. His name's William Butler Yeats. You're probably familiar with him. The poem's really popular. It's called The Second Coming. And there's two lines that really stick out to me. The first line is, "The falconer cannot hear the falcon." And the second line is, "Things fall apart, the sinner cannot hold." Those lines speak of social decay, institutional decline, polarizing thinking, polarizing political activity, and greater tragedy within our social and political context. The falcon cannot hear the falconer speaks to this notion that we feel like we're losing control of our institutions and our technology as things continue to accelerate in the context of our societies. The other phrase is more obvious. The notion that the sinner cannot hold speaks to imminent collapse. It also has an eschatological undertone, meaning there's a spiritual component to it. The notion that we're maybe at the end of time or at the end of history is extremely resonant in the poem, and if you contextualize it, that seems to be the case. But what I'm here to talk to you about today is this notion that we can look at this poem in a different light, and we can think about our current situation socially in a different light. We are on the precipice of great change as a species. We're in a transitory and epical change, and we're moving in a completely different direction, not only with our technologies, not only with our hardware and software, but also with our cultural and social technologies as well. And so the way that I see this movement forming up and shaping up around us is in the context of what's been referred to as the network state or the parallel society movement. And this really speaks to what Brad was talking about earlier with this idea of radical innovation, building up all around us and building some propulsion for a trajectory into the deep future. Now there's probably a lot of folks here. By the way, show of hands, who is familiar with the network state movement, the concept, or cyberstates? Okay, so there's a few people here. So let me define the terms, and we can come to terms with what it actually means. So the network state term was coined by former CTO of Coinbase, Balaji Srinivasan, and the term actually means, at least in his language, the idea that these communities form in the cloud, right? Largely, these are blockchain communities, tech communities at first, but they share a common identity. They share common values, common goals, common understandings. They even have their own governance prototypes and frameworks. And what these communities can then do is ultimately beam themselves down to the ground in a special economic zone or a special financial zone, very much like what Jorge, who is here, and what he's working on. So there's something I want to be clear about. In Balaji's vision, this is totally happening for the purpose of creating a new kind of country or a new type of state. But one thing that Balaji actually left out of his understanding and his delivery of the idea and the contents behind a network state is the idea that this is actually a cypherpunk movement. A lot of people don't know that these ideas were originally created by cypherpunks. This is a term that I haven't heard used a lot at the conference. So a cypherpunk is a person who thinks we should leverage strong encryption guarantees, strong anonymity sets, and use technology to protect and uphold civil liberties, to uphold human flourishing, and to uphold peace in our lifetime. So it's very much in line with the classical liberal understanding of what it means to be free, and this was totally left out of his material. And I'll add here that the godfather of the cypherpunk ideology is one Timothy May. Timothy May is mostly known for writing a piece of literature called the Crypto-Anarchist Manifesto, where he talks about these ideas. But there's something that a lot of people don't know about. There's an obscure piece that he wrote in 1992 called Libertarian Cyberspace. And in this particular article, he envisioned these communities coming together under this dark forest-like infrastructure where these hackers and people with hacker ethics come together to push back against a system that has largely encroached on their freedom, on their human dignity, and on their ability to work of their own volition and their own free will and determination. So this is where the edifice and the foundation of this movement was actually formed up. It was formed up from the cypherpunk movement. Now, one of the things that I want to mention and be extremely clear about, too, is that this isn't something that's a flash in the pan. This isn't just a fad. What I'm speaking about is not just an abstraction. This is lightning in a bottle. This is ultimate change that's brewing on the very ground that we stand. So to bring the abstraction down to the land, I've personally spent a lot of time in these network states and cyber states. I work in the movement. I've spent time in one you may have heard of is called Prospera, which is in a special economic zone, called a ZA, and they refer to themselves as a network state. Balaji actually founded his own in Malaysia. I spent a month in Malaysia at his actual network state called the Network School. And a lot of these communities have started to bring together technologists to start looking at solving some of our most vexing problems. And the thing that's really driving this movement is the idea that we need regulatory sandboxes and we need more freedom to innovate. We need the ability to work on projects and technologies that solve our most vexing problems as a species. And there's another term here that I think about a lot when I think about the network state and cyber state movement, and it's not something that's been discussed largely here, and so it's important to really internalize it. It's this notion of exit ideology. So a lot of us spend a lot of time either debating with people or talking with people, hoping to change their mind for freedom. A lot of us here work in the policy arena, trying to reform governments and institutions. And I'm not devaluing that work. That's good work. But I am saying now that we want to liberate ourselves also spiritually, emotionally, and physically from these institutions. So exiting and being able to exit and create parallel institutions and parallel societies is part of what we have to do in order to generate more propulsion for liberty in our lifetimes. And something you guys will really appreciate, I know there's a lot of economists here and economic thinkers, the idea of exit was actually inspired by German economist Albert O. Hirschman. He wrote a book you may be familiar with, and I recommend writing it down and checking it out if you have not read it. It's called Voice, Exit, and Loyalty. And in the book, he makes the case that if firms or states aren't meeting our needs as a species, then we have a right to either voice our concerns to those companies or those businesses or those states, and this is protest, this is boycott, this is going up to politicians and telling them we want change, or business leaders and telling them we want change. Or if we don't feel the need to do that and we enjoy those institutions, then we can choose to remain loyal to them. But I am a huge fan of this notion of exit. If our needs aren't being met, we have the right and the liberty to leave those institutions and to create our own. And again, this is happening, and this is what I want to really impress upon you guys for this talk. This is happening all around the world, and it excites me so much because I see this as a revolution in the way that we think about society crafting and the way that we think about governance. Speaking of which, this is the other really important talk about this movement. There's a lot of discussion about technology, technological development, and how we can use these spaces to build. All vital and critical ideas for sure, but one of the things that really sticks out to me as an imperative is that we finally get to experiment with new governance modalities, new frameworks, and new prototypes for human organization, for collective sense-making, for mutual understanding that we have not had the opportunity to do before. You guys have probably heard this phrase before. I talk about this a lot, but there's this notion that democracy was this beautiful experiment, right? You hear this term experiment thrown around in the context of democracy, but was it really? Was it really an experiment? Did we ingest a bunch of data? Did we have the methodologies in place that we need to really understand if it's working and functioning? Do we have the actual data? Arguably, we have more data than we used to have, but it certainly wasn't an experiment when it resurged in the U.S. during the Enlightenment. Instead, what happened is as the ancient regime in Europe fell and crumbled and toppled, democracy was simply copied and pasted all around the world, and there was a de facto consideration that it was the idea that we should uphold as the example par excellence of governance. And I would contend that that was a mistake, and I think we see that's a mistake. We've heard a lot of talks of black pills today and yesterday, and I think we all have a deep understanding that something is really wrong in our societies. And this is what I'm personally referring to, and I write about on my blog. We're in the midst of a massive governance crisis, institutional failure modes of proportions that we've never seen before. And the only way to solve that is to leverage this attractor of network states and cyber states that's right in front of us to solve the problem. I am extremely hopeful and clear-pilled and optimistic and forward-thinking that we can solve these problems, that we don't have to have black pills, that we don't have to wallow in agony and sadness and tragedy, and instead we can work to repair our institutions that are most critical to our survival right now. And we do that from experimenting with new governance models from the ground up within the context of these network states and cyber states. Again, this is going to continue to happen. It's going to continue to grow. And I'm a firm believer of this idea. To be able to predict the future and to think about the future, we actually, in a way, manifest and will that future into existence. Something that I've been reading a book recently. I can't say that I really enjoy the author. It has a lot of ideas that we would probably refer to as a socialist or communist. But there's this book called Nordic Ideology, by Franzi, I'm going to butcher the name, I can't remember the last name. But in the book, the very first chapter did resonate with me. She talked about this idea that attractors in chaos theory and information theory are these values or states that a system evolves toward. So in my mind, the cyber state parallel society movement is an attractor or a strange attractor that we're evolving towards. That doesn't mean we're going to realize the vision that's inherent in these communities, but we have to be able to grasp them, and we have to approach them, and we have to take them seriously. And it's through this process that we realize the future, that we imbibe and take in the future, and that we are able to solve some of our problems. There's another component here that I want to speak to that really echoes Matt and Terry and what they talked about. It's this idea that the human element, human beings are central to what we're doing. The technology is just a tool and a toolkit. And the reason that I mention this is because one of the crises that we're embedded in is referred to as the meaning crisis, or a great crisis of meaning that we're all beset by. This idea was spoken about, and I recommend everyone watch his YouTube series, by psychologist John Vervaeke. Vervaeke did a long, multi-hour series called Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. And in this video series, he makes the case that more and more we're feeling isolated, alienated. We feel like we've lost human connection. We feel like we've lost the empathetic touch with other people. And we're striving to regenerate that human connection. We're striving to return to something that feels like it's long gone. And this is all a consequence of rapid technological acceleration. It's a consequence of institutional decline and failure. But having a return to that meaning and feeling that we have a sense of connection is something that these movements are offering that kind of sits below the surface. So realizing that we can reconnect with our human beings within the context of these network states and cyber states is extremely meaningful for solving some of our social and collective traumas that we've built up over time. So I would say the technology is vital for moving us into the future, but building new kinds of communities that are more close-knit, that are fewer in number, that are more decentralized, is a way for us to radicalize our optimism. It's a way for us to reconnect with what's been lost. And you see this also, by the way, in the cryptocurrency communities. It's been discussed a lot. You see this kind of dichotomy between these the degen sectors of crypto, which are all about aping into different kinds of shit coins, and they talk about making money, and they're all focused on the monetary value. But there's another aspect of this called refi, right, which is regenerative finance. And the idea there is that we're trying to create cycles of funding, we're trying to create cycles of human interaction that not only benefit us interpersonally, but also benefit our whole planetary ecological systems that are potentially in failure modes as well. So the regen mindset is directly counterbalanced and counterpoised to this degenerative mindset that has invaded the cryptocurrency ecosystem, but is also a consequence and a ramification of all the current alienation that people feel in the meaning crisis, all the tragedy that they feel inside, and all the sadness that has accumulated, and all the anger that's accumulated over time in our modern societies. So if I'm going to summarize what I'm saying here is that we have at our fingertips a way to finally alter the dominant status quo, to shift the paradigm in a way that realizes what some thinkers has called this meta-modern turn in the way that we think about futures. We have the ability to build our most preferable future, and we can take all the learnings of the past and put them together to solve our governance crisis. And what this means, ultimately what we're doing is we're fixing all the broken incentive structures, we're solving zero-sum games, and we're moving toward collective betterment, collective flourishing, and peace in our lifetime. Now, some of you out here may be thinking, oh man, this guy's a utopian optimist. He's out here, he's being deluded about what can happen or what will happen. Well, I would just say to you, again, this is the reality of the world that we live in. That's the reason we're all here. I think you guys certainly jibe with it because you're all social entrepreneurs and you can see the future. So we're seeing the future together and we're building it together, and where we're headed represents the great destiny of humankind that is beautiful, that is benevolent, that is non-hostile, and that corrects some of our most maladaptive behavior that we've had to contend with in the past. So thank you all very much for listening to me today. Please enjoy the rest of the talks. Cheers. Thank you. Sure.
Sterling, that was great. I do have a question, and I'm just going to abuse my powers of being the MC today. And this is the first time I hear the hacker ethics. Where did that come from? And I mean, hackers are supposed to be bad people, and why is this so important to that issue of human dignity? It's so important to stress that point. I think this is very, very insightful, and it leads right into what our next panel is going to be. If you have 2 minutes to share with us.
Yeah. So there's kind of two classes of hackers, right? So there's what we would call a white hat hacker, which is an individual who's trying to hack for social good, who's trying to create positive change, and who's trying to uphold and protect civil liberties, which is valuable to all of us. And these are people who hack on products and who write code. This is this notion of cypherpunks write code. Cypherpunks write code in order to help protect all of us and to give us privacy-enhancing protocols and as much anonymity in our lives as we choose, to selectively reveal ourselves as we want. A black hat hacker, on the other hand, is more like the Lazarus group, like North Korean hackers, guys who are trying to steal from us, who have malicious and aims and malintent and want to hurt us in some way. So this is a difference between what we would call a white hat hacker ethos or ethic versus a hacker who's simply trying to sow chaos and discord and ultimately steal from us or defraud us.
Can foresee a degree in ethical hacking here at the Universidad de la Libertad.
Let's boot it up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Aplauso, por favor. So, okay, we're going to set up now to make way for our panel, our first panel of the day. Naomi Brockwell is going to be moderating our panel. And we have as participants, as panelists, Peter Snyder and Josh Schweihart from Brave and from Electric Coin Company, respectively. Naomi, Peter, Josh, if you could please join the stage. This is freedom to communicate, privacy policies and privacy protection. Perhaps we can have a little debate about hacker ethics as well.
Oh yeah,
Thank you, Naomi.
that'd be fun. Let's add a session to that later today. Welcome everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. So I'm really delighted for this panel here. You heard Petar talk earlier about all the incredible things going on all over the world, all of the people who are building freedom tools, and it's just so exciting to see so much success in that. So I wanted to add on to that, and I've invited two people here who are building privacy tools that are helping millions of people all over the world win the battle against privacy. So I wanted to invite them here to explain to you what kind of tools are in existence right now, how you can integrate them into your lives. I want you to understand that this battle actually is winnable, and people like those you see on stage are creating incredible tooling that you can be utilizing today that can help you reclaim your freedom online. So before we get started there, I wanted to just give an overview of the current state. And yesterday, if you were at my talk, I talked a little bit about this, but last night I went to an event at Casa de Satoshi, and it was fantastic. And I just wanted to mention, like, it's so exciting to see this room filled with galvanized people building decentralized technology, and it was so vibrant, and they were so excited. And so just, like, well done to Mexico for, like, you know, creating a community like that. It was just so exciting to participate in that. But one thing I did take away from that is a lot of people were telling me, oh, well, Naomi, you know, we're building these decentralized tools, but isn't, like, the battle on privacy lost? It's very overwhelming. It's, you know, they're looking at the surveillance state. They're looking at the government ID mandates rolling out across the globe. They're looking at the encroachment into our digital lives, and they're thinking that it's, you know, David versus Goliath, and they just don't know how to win. And that's really shocking to me. So I wanted to just take a moment to kind of frame things like how I see it, because I actually see it the complete opposite way. I've never been more excited about the future of privacy, because I'm seeing these tools that you can utilize today, you know, and the only barrier to entry is really your own willingness to actually use them, to actually try them out, to learn about them. And so from my perspective, I see that the tables of power have turned. They've already turned. You know, we're talking about fighting this battle that's going to go on forever. Actually, I think tech has kind of saved us in a lot of ways. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. We have things like 3D printers. We have things like blockchain technology. We have Bitcoin, separation of money and state. We have, you know, personalized AI. We can host locally on our own computers that never touch the internet, where no one can get access to what we're actually, you know, generating from these computers. We have all of these tools that have decentralized power back into the hands of the individuals. Now, governments are scared, and that's why we're seeing them all act out. We've backed a tiger into the corner, and so the fight to come is going to be horrendous, because that's what happens when you back a tiger into the corner. But ultimately, that tiger is in the corner, and decentralized tech, as long as we can proliferate these tools, as long as people have access to all of this decentralized technology, we've won. You know, we don't have to actually get permission from people to get access to these things anymore, because it's so hard for them to enforce any kind of ban on a decentralized system that this technology is theirs, there for our taking. Like, how many times has China banned Bitcoin? It's like 8 times, right? Why do they keep having to ban it if the bans work? And so it just goes to show you, when you have a decentralized network, yeah, they can try, they can, you know, make it scary for people to use it. They can, you know, tell people over and over the consequences. But ultimately, Bitcoin in China is thriving. You know, it's a country where they're benefiting so much from an alternative money supply and from the, you know, parallel economies that this kind of a tool is creating. So I just wanted to be here to remind you all that we're incredibly empowered right now. All it takes is you to actually use these tools that you can already get access to. And for me, like, the reason why I focus on privacy is because, you know, it's all good and well to have decentralized technology where the tech itself can't be shut down, but if people don't know how to use the internet privately, then the government can find out you're using it, and if they don't want you to use it, they can go after you. So it's kind of this twofold thing that I see. Decentralized tech is our savior, and knowing how to use the internet privately is going to continue to allow access to this technology. So as long as we keep those two things going, I think we have a really bright future in front of us. So on that note, I'm going to hand it over to Josh. He is the CEO at Electric Coin Company, and they're just building incredible privacy technology for the financial space. Incredible encryption tools that they've really on the cutting edge of actually putting into practical tools people can use every day to reclaim financial autonomy. So Josh, tell us a little bit about what ECC is doing, but in general, paint a picture of what's going on in the financial landscape when it comes to privacy.
Sure. So I agree. I mean, we have a massive kind of an opportunity to kind of reclaim privacy, and there will be a battle, and there is a battle. So at ECC, we built a cryptocurrency called Zcash, which is a privacy-preserving cryptocurrency. It launched in 2016. We continue to support it today with tooling on top to make it easier and easier to use. We came out of, actually, it came out of a desire to have privacy on top of Bitcoin is where it started. And we'll talk about a little bit about zero-knowledge cryptography and what that is and where it came from and how it's applied to Bitcoin, which then became Zcash. But in terms of privacy, oftentimes we kind of hear this narrative, right? It's only for criminals or it's only if you have something to hide. But imagine a world where every transaction you've ever had or that you ever engaged with is tracked, is watched. A song you download, a book you buy, that night at the bar where you had a little bit too much because you were having fun, the bike that you bought for your daughter when you really couldn't afford it that month, and all of that's being watched. And imagine somebody then has the ability then to determine what you can or cannot buy in the future based upon your past financial history. That's part of what's risk with the loss of financial privacy. And it's not theoretical, and we can talk through a couple of examples. But to have financial privacy, in order to have in order to have freedom, we have to have financial privacy. It's like it's a necessary primitive of it. It provides three things, right? It provides more than three things, but like some keys are security, expression, and liberty. And for security, we've recognized this in the past. In 2010, we recognized that encryption was necessary for a free internet. There was something called the fire sheep moment. People recognized, oops, if everybody can see everybody's interactions on the web, we can't have commerce on the web. And so it became mandatory to have HTTPS and to be able to have encryption on the web. We'll hit the same with Web3, and we haven't hit there yet. So with Web3, when we talk about cryptocurrencies, people are posting millions of transactions on a public database for everyone to see for all time. A blockchain can never go away. The history can never go away. And so if you're transacting on a public chain, that data can be attributed. And that data is not just attributed to you in that particular transaction. It's getting aggregated with all of your social media data, with everything else that you're doing online, with public records. So in this world, people are not only able to kind of determine that financial transaction, but to get very rich profiles of who you are and what you do. It's not secure. We need security. If we're going to have security, we have to have permissionless privacy. This is going to be exacerbated with AI. So Naomi mentioned the ability to download your own AI, to configure it and feed your data, and imagine that data, which is attributed, is in the hands of somebody where they can say, give me everyone's address that lives within the 2 miles and has their holdings in Bitcoin over $10,000. Does that put you at risk? Sure, puts you at risk. That's the world without privacy that we're headed towards. And we see this even now. So just this last year, just within, I think, the last couple months, a crypto executive, his phone was hacked. They got his running data from like Map My Run. So they're able to see the routes that he ran every day. They aggregated that data with his financial data, and they determined he had some crypto wealth. So they followed him on his run, or they waited for him at his front door, and they tried to kidnap him. And we've seen dozens and dozens of robberies and attempted kidnappings of people that have exposed their financial data online for everybody to see. It's a security risk. It's also a risk or kind of an opportunity for expression. Privacy is an opportunity for expression. So it allows us to buy the books that we may want to buy that our family members may not like. It allows us to donate to the church of our choice, to the cause, without judgment. And it allows us to kind of express our freedoms, our financial freedoms, without companies tracking and trying to use that behavior to kind of manipulate our future behavior. And then finally, liberty. If we don't have financial privacy, we don't have liberty. We've seen it, the financial system abused in 2022 with the Canadian truckers. We see it abused by China with the social credit system and the yuan, the digital yuan, where they're able to freeze they track your transactions. They may freeze your assets based on an unpaid parking ticket or something that you do that they don't like. And if your financial transactions are shut off, you don't have liberty, right? I had this experience as well with a friend of mine. I do some work in the slums of India. During the COVID time, they were trying to get food and supplies to people in the slums that didn't have access. So a church sent him some money to buy these things for people in need. And the next day, he had the Indian intelligence at his door because they were frowning upon the religion of the church that sent him the money to care for the poor and the needy. And they put him on notice. If we don't have financial privacy, we don't have liberty. So in the spirit of that, the thing that my team has built is based upon this cryptography called zero-knowledge cryptography that actually was discovered at MIT in the 1980s. And I say discovered because it's math. It's not an invention. It's not an invention we own or anybody else. It's an open discovery. But we figured out how to use zero-knowledge cryptography to add it to a public blockchain, and specifically Bitcoin, so that you could have financial privacy. Because what happens with Bitcoin, and there's some tools that can help, but what happens with Bitcoin, if I send you a Bitcoin, you know what address it came from. You can see if there's any other balance on that address. You can see my whole financial history. You can trace back through transaction to transaction to transaction to see my full transaction graph. So we needed to solve that problem. So we built this on zero-knowledge cryptography, and zero-knowledge cryptography basically is that I can convince you that something is true, or prove to you that something is true, without revealing any kind of details about it. And it's a really kind of powerful application. So I can, for example, I could set up a zero-knowledge voting system. And somebody coming in to vote could prove that they're eligible to vote and that they've not voted before, so it's not a double vote. And they can prove it without disclosing who they are, who their identity is. So who they voted for can never be tied back to that person. And you can use it again to verify the results of the election to determine that it was valid and that only valid people that had the rights to vote voted. So we use this with financial transactions. So instead of posting with a blockchain, you post the sender's address, the receiver's address, the amount of the transaction. Instead of posting anything like that on a blockchain, what Zcash does and what some others do is to post a mathematical proof that this transaction was valid, but it does not reveal the sender, the receiver, the value. It's also quantum secure, which is really important. If a quantum computer or somebody trying to determine how much balance or your transaction history, if they don't have your address, if it doesn't exist on the blockchain, then you can't crack it. It's a proof. It's not just encrypted data on the blockchain. So that's what we built. And I'll pause.
And maybe we can talk about some of the practical applications, because I'm sure people in the audience will probably think, I'm not going to ask you to put up your hands, because it's the rule number 1 of privacy. If you have crypto, don't tell people you have crypto, all right? But if you were curious about how to integrate something like this into your life, there are lots of cool tools that allow you to buy everyday purchases with crypto completely privately. So it's actually incorrect that the entire financial landscape is surveilled. No, just the government-controlled one is. You can have private transactions in alternate economic systems. So we can talk about that, but I want to hand it off to Pete. He's the VP of Privacy at Brave, and if you were at my talk yesterday, I think I just gushed way too much about what Brave is building, because I think browser tracking is just a really dangerous threat that people don't quite understand. And from my perspective, just as a privacy researcher, Brave is hands down the best privacy browser out of the box. And there are tools you can go to online to compare different browsers, but I'm a big fan of what this company is bringing out. So I'll hand off to you to kind of talk about this threat and how different privacy tools in browsers can help mitigate tracking.
Sure, thanks very much. So, like Naomi mentioned, my name is Pete Snyder. I work at a company called Brave Software. We build a variety of different tools to help you use the internet privately, safely. I've actually changed positions. I now do privacy research full time, so I no longer just do engineering, or I no longer focus on engineering work, but I'm a principal privacy researcher, which has been a recent exciting change. And so I'm going to talk about 3 different products that we work on, or areas that we work in. First, I'll talk about web browsers, then search engines. Brave is a search engine that is also privacy focused and I think leading in that space. And then last, AI considerations, agentic browsers, things like that, things that are kind of at the frontier of what people are trying to do with web browsers. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So first, web browsers. Why are web browsers important? If you're looking to protect your privacy online, the browser is probably the tool that has the most access to the most information about you online. Not only that does it, but it also is in the position to share the most information with you online. So every website you visit isn't just you giving some information about yourself with a place you may make a purchase or a place you may do a social interaction, but it's also sharing that information with everybody that site chooses to interact with. So every advertisement placed on the page, things like that. And also every party that those sites trust, everybody that they fetch JavaScript from, run code with, trust in that way. So there's just an enormous amount of trust and information flowing through the web, and so it's really important to choose a browser that's built to protect your privacy and that's serving you as the primary interest. And so I'm going to talk just really briefly about 8 very high-level points about how privacy really needs to be baked into a browser to maximize your privacy and to keep you as the focus or the party that it's trying to advance. One last point though is that we're really kind of in a fortunate period. For a long time, there were really just a small number of web browsers that differed in important ways, but were not doing wildly different things. And right now, we've really had an explosion of different web browsers trying to serve different audiences, different goals, and sometimes different constituencies. And so if privacy is important to you, this really is a really fortunate moment. There's really important stuff going on. And so here's 8 points where I think at a very high level, browsers can choose to encode privacy and the guts of the system. Browsers need to make sure to keep privacy considerations at the core engineering, the way that systems are architected. So I can talk in more detail, but certain browsers will build on things like process isolation, storage partitioning, these kinds of very core technological systems. They need to be built into the core of the browser, and it's important when you're choosing a browser to select one that's made these kind of trade-offs to make sure that your privacy is at the root of the system. Second, feature selection. Browsers now contain hundreds, thousands of different features. Some of those are very minor things, but some of those are really core things that have the potential to really impact your privacy. I can also talk more about what kinds of trade-offs are being made by different browsers to try to serve different audiences, but some of those have really core, important impacts on your privacy. And Brave really tries to make is very careful about what features it chooses to implement. Other browsers make different choices. Third, and maybe most abstractly, what constituency is your browser built to serve? So Brave, throughout all the choices it makes in all of our products, user privacy is foremost concern. Other browsers can't say this. Some browsers are built to serve websites, so they will include features in web browsers that are designed to help the web browser understand more about users rather than have users protect themselves against the web browsers. Other browsers include features that are designed to advance the interests of advertisers first, often by having the user unknowingly sacrifice information to advertising networks. A long list of other kind of audiences that browsers can support other than the user themselves. But if you're interested in privacy, if privacy is important to you, this is a really important dimension to choose or to consider when you're selecting what tool to use. Fourth, at what threshold does the browser consider privacy a risk? So some browsers will only consider like kind of the simplest kind of privacy attacks that are happening. You might hear about cookie management, things like this. These are important browser features, but these are just kind of like the simplest problems to solve in some way. Other browsers will go to great lengths to protect against more esoteric threats, particularly threats that we see coming from government actors, highly funded private actors, but different browsers will make different choices for what threshold to consider in scope, and this is something I think is underappreciated when comparing browsers. 6, certain browsers will make choices about naming and shaming bad actors. And some browsers will make selections about we need to have general broad principles. We can't call out bad or particular actors that we know are doing privacy-harming actions. Brave is extremely opinionated. We know there are certain parties on the web, commercial and political alike, that do not have user privacy at interest, and so we don't have our eyes closed. We don't treat everybody alike. We are very happy to go after actors that we don't think have user interests at heart, particularly when it comes to privacy. 7, certain browsers will rely on external tools to enhance your privacy, and this is really a difficult issue because these can be expensive and not available to all users or all browsers, depending on what other income sources they have. So these might be things like email aliases, VPNs, credit card aliases, other things that you need to have additional infrastructure alongside the browser to provide privacy. Another important attribute to consider when you're comparing browsers. And then last, broader ecosystem considerations. The web is large, the web needs to work across a wide range of different browsers. And so it's important when you're designing your browser, thinking about how you want to advance the web, what you're pushing for, to not just say this will be private for Brave users, but we want to have we want to be pushing for a more private web, a web that doesn't punish people who may not choose to use our products, but who are nevertheless important to have their privacy respected. So I can jump into any of those dimensions, but I think these are all important considerations. Outside the browser, search engines are also a place where you are sacrificing, or at least risking, an enormous amount of information about yourself in 6 very high-level places where different search engines will make different choices. When you're issuing queries to a search engine to get results back, different search engines will have different policies for how long you retain those. Do we retain those queries? Brave does not retain queries beyond a very short threshold, beyond trying to optimize the search engine. Second, different search engines will have different policies for if they try to identify who's making different queries, so do we consider or store IP addresses? Do we do different search engines trying to fingerprint users, things like this? Brave has a very strict pro-privacy policy here. Other search engines can't say the same. When you're making a choice, this is another dimension where it's really critical to keep this in mind. Third, what effort is made to learn about users over time? Certain search engines will very famously profile users and so accumulate different queries that the same user has made across time to profile users, build an understanding of what kind of products might be of interest to them. Brave does not do these sorts of things. Different other search engines fall on the spectrum. And then very briefly, where does the search engine's information come from? It might come from user browsing behavior, in which case what protections are applied there. It might come from purchasing information. It might come from other assets that a search engine's company might own. These are all really important, have really important follow-on effects for user privacy. And then last, what is it done with this information? Unavoidably, when you're interacting with a system, there's some information that's being provided to provide those services. Different companies, different search engines will try to do different things about that information that are unavoidably being presented to them. And it's really important to keep this in mind when making these choices. I'll just be very brief here at the very end for AI systems.
Well, I want to just do a lead-in into that, just so that people understand. With AI, a lot of people think that AI, it's all surveillance. You're going to use AI, you're giving away your data, there's nothing you can do about it. Actually, it's not true. And there are some really cool tools out there that allow you to have the benefit of supercharged compute power without having to sacrifice your data. It isn't this straw man or this false dichotomy that you've been led to believe, where to use AI, you have to sacrifice everything, or to use modern convenience, you have to sacrifice it. And so Brave is one of the tools that I like to recommend to people because they've integrated AI into their browser to, again, help supercharge your work and productivity and all that. So just could you quickly give us a brief overview of some of the privacy protections people can expect using Leo?
Certainly, yeah. So Leo is the name we have for the AI integration we have in our browser. Brave does a number of different things to protect your privacy when using this powerful feature. So we don't store IP information. We don't use your interactions with the model to train the model. These things are partitioned. As we think about integrating different agentic features into the browser, so an agentic feature is asking the browser to book a reservation on Friday, or find me a cheap haircut, or get me the best price for these shoes, and the browser goes out and performs these tasks. These are agentic tasks. Brave is extremely privacy cautious when instructing the browser to have you log into sites or tell more information about yourself. These are trade-offs that get made, and Brave is extremely cautious to keep hew to the privacy side of things when thinking about how to integrate this. Other companies will make different trade-offs. I think last note here is because these systems are so opaque and very automated, it's very easy to not realize the implications of the trade-offs you make when you're choosing to interact with these systems. And so it's really important to not to choose a tool that doesn't just leave you to make your own privacy choices at a very granular level, because it's very difficult for non-experts to predict the implications of these choices you're making. And so, if not Brave, I just really caution people to take advantage of these features, but to make sure you're using a system that you can trust, or a company that has a history of protecting privacy.
Yeah, and in the privacy landscape for browsers, there are lots of different tools you can choose from. If you're more tech savvy, if you really like that granular control, there are products where you can use use a browser and go in and fine-tune everything and get amazing, robust privacy. I like to recommend Brave as kind of this option that straight out of the box, it's just going to work. It isn't going to give you as much granular control, but it means that if your grandmother needs to use it, they literally just open it, and it's just going to work, and it's just going to be private by default. So I find these days it's too hard for people. They get privacy overwhelm. So when you tell them, make all these changes and do all these switches and all this stuff, they're just like, oh, I'm actually just going to scroll Facebook for a while. So it's important to just remind people that there are great companies out there who can automate this stuff for you. And so one of the things that I like to do is, so I run a 501c3, a nonprofit that really our whole purpose purpose is just to kind of identify privacy tools, and there are just hundreds of them. There are, like, we've given 2 examples here, but there are just hundreds of tools out there you guys can be using right now that are so good for privacy, that will completely, change your interaction with the internet. It'll, give you more autonomy. It'll make you less easily manipulatable because companies will know less about you. It'll give you financial freedom. It will give you all these amazing power tools, and it's just a matter of letting people know about them. So on that note, I want to have a discussion with you guys. Let's talk broad picture about privacy, because I think that sometimes we're talking about practical tools and that's all good, but sometimes just the philosophy of it is good to dive into. So start with misconceptions about privacy. I think you already mentioned one, Josh. It's only used for criminals. Well, how did we get here? Where suddenly we're shamed for wanting control over who gets our own information. Suddenly that's a shameful thing.
Well, so I mean, some of that started, when you think about encryption, encryption and cryptography go way, way, way back, right? You're coding things, you want to send stuff then into battle so that your generals get it, but the other generals, if they get it, can't understand it, right? So this has been around forever and ever, and it was considered, because of that, it's been considered a munition. It was considered a munition within the United States with the advent of the internet, and we couldn't, they didn't want certain things encrypted. If you were in the United States, you had a version of software that you could use within the United States, and you had a version of software that you could export. And the one that you could export to another country was the one that the cryptographers in the United States knew how to break, right? So different expectations of privacy. And so they colored a lot of that really broad brush, right? Is if you're using it and you want to subvert our ability to see it, why? Why would you have a desire to kind of do that? So they banned certain amount of cryptography. There was a whole time called the crypto wars. People were writing cryptography and putting it on T-shirts and exporting the T-shirts.
One of my friends actually shipped he's on our board of advisors, a really an OG pirate type person. Think about someone who's no, this is my right, I'm going to do whatever it takes. And he shipped a bunch of cryptographers from America to Australia to reinvent cryptography. He's all right, if we can't export it, we're just going to create it from scratch again. So this amazing versioning area of people just trying to fight the system in all these decentralized tools, like Adam Back with the T-shirt, and it was very, very cool.
It was, and again, I think at the time, some people kind of got demonized through that kind of the whole process. If you have nothing to hide, that was the idea. Then why would you need privacy? And the kind of second order consequences of having that kind of information available to the government says, look, we're the good guys. Every government says we're the good guys. So we should have visibility, even though we want to keep it from others. We should have visibility. I have a lot of conversations with regulators in the US. There is that conversation over and over again around wanting to have a back door. We want to keep it private so that China can't see it, but we need to have visibility. And I think it's every single agency in the US has been hacked at some point. So as soon as you implement some of these kind of backdoor tools, that information gets hacked, it's out there again for everybody for all time. It's like a non-starter. So we need to kind of have these real conversations around the implications, the long-term implications to humanity by exposing everybody's data or having it accessible.
Do you guys know about Salt Typhoon? Who's heard of that? Okay, you guys should hear about that, right? So every country in the world has something called a lawful access mandate. It's illegal in basically every country to encrypt communications channels in the telecom industry. You can encrypt packages, put them in these unencrypted channels, but governments have mandated, no, you cannot keep the actual channel themselves secure. Because, as just said, well, we're the good guys. We need access to this. We'll keep it safe. No one else will get access to these back doors. It'll just be us. So Salt Typhoon was this giant scandal where Lo and behold, it turns out that China has been collecting every text message and every phone call that you've been making for years because governments have mandated these backdoors. And so Salt Typhoon was this name that they gave to this group or scandal. And even government departments turned around and said, hey guys, so none of this stuff's private, and you should probably protect your companies, major tech companies in America, start using end-to-end encryption. But then parts of the FBI turned around and were like, whoa, 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 like, no, don't start using end-to-end encryption. Use like, what do they call it? Is like some dull downturn. Basically, use encryption with the back door so we can still access it. So like they're still not learning from these lessons. They're still wanting these back doors, even after giant scandals that have put so many businesses at risk, made so many people more vulnerable. They're still telling us we still want a back door. So they just don't have your interests at heart when it comes to this because they're not thinking about the fact that they can't secure any of this data. It's just not possible to have 100% secure systems. So, yeah, go ahead, Pete.
I wanted to jump on something you were mentioning about the importance of defaults and configurations and find knobs. I know especially like there are some communities that we speak with where individual choice is extremely critical, and that's politically unavoidable and vital, ethically vital. But at the same time, nothing hurts my heart more than when I go online or I go to a forum or I go to a conference and I see extremely smart people give out, we call it tinfoil hat advice, where it's like you need to download these 18 different tools and turn these 17 different knobs and configure things in these very elite different ways. And the net result is privacy. It's not just difficult, but it's catastrophic for your privacy. It's extremely easy to get these tools wrong in the same way that if you go to a restaurant, you don't want the person just to throw the food, like the ingredients on your table and say, have some choice and figure it out. You want to go someplace where there's people who have a history of trustworthiness that you can choose to make well-informed, educated choices on your behalf. If they betray that trust, you should be able to revoke it and move on to somebody else who can. That competition is important, but like having these privacy-preserving defaults is important for like the metaphorical parents who may not have these skills, but it's equally as important for people who are extremely confident in their own abilities, and that confidence can also lead them to go down to, with the best of intentions, make choices that will shoot themselves in the foot. And so I think privacy by default is just an absolute must for anybody who's serious about it. It's not sufficient for a company to say, here's a terrible product that with enough sweat you can make private.
And just add on that, Pete, because I want to talk about scaling privacy to the mainstream. We don't want it to be this niche tool that only technically advanced people can get access to. And Brave's done such a great job at reaching a mainstream audience. So talk a little bit about some of the things that maybe people here can learn if they're building, tech-enabling freedom-enabling tech tools. How can they scale these to a mainstream? How do you get people interested in this stuff?
Yeah, so I think part of it is motivating people to show how catastrophic the status quo is in a lot of ways, and so if you can have tools that demonstrate that harm to them, that can be a great way to motivate them to solve the problem that you're demonstrating. But I think a lot of it is that, fortunately, privacy aligns with a lot of other things that people like as well. So it's not just that the current web is in many tools, and the most popular tools, very bad for your privacy, but it's also very unpleasant to use because you have annoying pop-up dialogues and other things that people don't like. It's very bad for your device lifetime because all those things are draining your battery. It's very bad for your storage space because all that stuff is chewing up resources on your machine. And so it's fortunate that at least in this way, privacy is working with the grain, and it's not like the vegetables you have to eat that the kids don't want to eat, and you have to like convince them to do a thing they don't want. It's like not only do you get privacy, but you also get these 3 or 4 other things. And so at least in the web, this has been a really fortunate thing for us, where we can hook people with privacy, or we can convince them to come check out our products with privacy, and they also have these wonderful other features that they like as well. In other places that can be more difficult. There really are places where there's utility versus privacy trade-offs, and that can be very difficult. And I think in that place, providing people with a useful private option that they can select, depending on the trade-offs they make, is maybe a different strategy. But sometimes you don't have to pay a cost. Sometimes privacy can be free.
So just that Brave, because Brave's done a great job. First, with the web, we've defaulted to HTTPS. So you put in a website that's not secure, now you get a warning. It used to be that, again, like government websites, the NSA was trying to make that illegal. Now it's mandated on all government websites that you have encryption. So one, just at that fundamental level, we got to have it there. What Brave did is they added some, they flipped the script on one thing, which I really love, which is they'll show you the number of trackers that they stopped. So if you're going to websites and you see that, it makes the people that are surveilling, that are trying to end around the HTTPS and track you, it's saying actually those guys are really, really creepy, and we're keeping them all out. And it's kind of almost gamifying it. It's like, how many trackers? There's some sites that I've gone to with Brave, and it's like, dear Lord, the amount of trackers that they have that are trying to watch me kind of traverse. So brilliant job with what you've done.
One other place where I think this, how do you convince people to use a privacy protecting tool or something along these lines is simplicity needs to be part of it, ease of use needs to be part of it, but I also think there's a place for regulation here. I know this is not always the message for this audience sometimes, but at least there are certain privacy harms where, in my opinion, regulation has been enormously useful. I work on a product or a standard called Global Privacy Control, which in the United States and some other jurisdictions, in certain states in the United States, I should say, this is a very simple tool where you can send a signal in your browser that says, I do not consent to have my information stored, I do not consent to have my information shared, I do not consent to have my information sold to third parties. And in these states, this prevents, this has legal teeth and prevents companies from storing this information about you. This is information that's extremely hard to redact about yourself or prevent the sharing or prevent people from sharing about you with purely technical means. And so I don't think that policy should be the first line of defense, but there are certain places where necessarily, if I'm buying a product on Amazon or whatever, at some threshold, some number of people are going to have to tell Amazon where the package is going to get sent, and I think it's right and good and a terrific thing that we have a policy response to say, Amazon, you cannot tell this to a third party. And being able to do this in a very simple way that doesn't involve me writing a message to every party I interact with, having a very simple switch that, that users can do once and never have to think about it again has been, I think, tremendous for user privacy, which is important for the other things that we care about as well, individual liberty, avoiding the surveillance state. And so I think policy is not the right first line of defense for many of these things, but it has been enormously useful, and I think it's an important tool to just. That's my fault.
I think one of the big areas where regulation would be an interesting focus for those of you who are involved in that side of things is really just like holding companies accountable for fraud. We don't actually need new laws on the books. We can actually use existing ones, but actually use them. One of the things that I've found with a lot of these tools is, like, I'm someone who believes a company can do what they want, you know, and it's my choice whether I want to interact with them, and if I don't want to interact with them, I'll find another company. But what we found ourselves in right now is that there's no meaningful method of consent for users. A lot of what's going on with your information is deliberately obfuscated. There's deliberately misleading language on websites. There's 60 pages of legalese. And I just don't think it's reasonable to ask the average person to actually consent to all of these egregious things that I think are making people more vulnerable when companies are going out of their way to make it very confusing. Like, there was this scandal, I think it was Kia. We did a series on car privacy, and one of the things that we kind of pointed out that we thought was hilarious, in Kia's privacy policy, they were one of the only companies that actually said, we will be collecting your sexual activity from your car. And then they realized their mistake. They were like, whoa, 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 we should not be so specific. Let's cover it up. We will be, you know, potentially looking at analytics and other things that might give us some insight into general practices in relation to vehicle use, you know, whatever jargon. And so they covered it up, and every other car company does the same. But it goes to show that when you actually are looking out for your users, when your privacy policy is created to actually inform people rather than just as a form of liability insurance, people actually choose not to use your product. When Apple added in the do not track, like, do you consent to this tracking? I think Facebook lost just astronomical amounts of their revenue because people were explicitly told you will be tracked. And a lot of people just didn't realize, they didn't think about it. They're like, oh, well, if I'm being given the choice, I'll choose no. So I think that a lot of the legislation can literally just come down to, did this company actually fraudulently misrepresent what they're actually doing? And we can kind of attack it from that side without, even getting any more laws on the books at all. But Josh, I want to hand over to you and talk about just like the importance of like privacy as a tool for empowerment instead of as this like shameful tool, this shameful thing that we should be hiding from people. I want privacy to be a tool for empowerment, not suspicion. So like talk about some of the cutting edge things going on right now that can empower all of the people here in this room.
So like financial privacy specifically?
Yeah. Well, no, just general privacy. Yeah.
Just general privacy. Yeah, so, I mean, because we talk about general privacy, like privacy is a human right. Like, what does that mean, right? And it's like, it's so abstracted that sometimes we lose like sight of what that means. In very some kind of simple terms, like for me, and this has nothing to do with technology, but when I think about it, like my daughter now is 16 and she doesn't like to dance with me in the living room anymore, but she used to like to dance with me in the living room. And we'd have people kind of walk by our house and they're walking their dogs or whatever, and I used to close the curtains. Because as soon as she saw, and me too, that somebody was outside our window, we changed our behavior. When it was just me and her, we were dancing in the living room and totally free and having just the best time. But as soon as we're being watched, we change. That's true in the living room. It's true in terms of our online activity. It's true in terms of how we express ourselves, the things that we write down. If you're journaling and you write down your thoughts and you knew other people were going to read it, would it change what you're writing down? Of course it would. Of course it would. If you're spending money and maybe you have a curiosity or an interest and you know that everybody is going to look at that curiosity and interest, or there's people that are watching it, maybe you don't buy that book or watch that documentary or do that thing that you're intrigued with, but maybe it's a little bit kind of outside the norm, or maybe it's considered taboo. It changes your behavior. So that's how I kind of think about it. And these tools kind of allow us that expression. They empower us as humans to be truly ourselves.
A great anecdote someone told me last night at Kazuda Satoshi, and the way that he frames it for people is like people who don't understand the privacy argument. He said, okay, well, explain to them, like you go to the grocery store, you hand over money, you get your goods, right? It's this idea that, well, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product, and reminding people of that. So what he started telling people is, if you go to the grocery store, you have two choices. You can either hand over money and walk away with those groceries, or we can give you any groceries you want in the store. You can walk around away with it for total free. You don't have to pay a single dime. We'll give you everything you want. And in exchange, take this video camera. You're going to install it in your bathroom. It is going to watch you at all times. And we're going to broadcast that on the internet for thousands of entities to see. Which one would you like? And it kind of reframes it for people, because we need to reconceptualize using a browser, using financial payments. We are essentially putting a video camera on our activities and broadcasting them to faceless, nameless people. We will never know who they are. We will never know what they're using that data for, and a lot of them will be using it actively against our best interests. And reminding people of that trade-off, I think, is super important. So just as we kind of like wrap up some final thoughts, and if we have time, maybe we can have a question or two. We're here at the Radical Innovation Summit, and you two are both working on tools that I think are radically innovating and providing privacy. There's just countless other things out there that you guys could be checking out to incorporate into your life. But like, are you guys optimistic about the future? Are you excited? Do you think we're in a good place? And do you think we can win? Is this a privacy battle where the tools are actually going to be strong enough to get over what I think is going to be a giant hurdle in the next few years?
All right, easy question for me first. When it comes to web privacy, I really am optimistic. I think the last 15 years have been catastrophic. I mean, just as bad as you can imagine and probably worse. And we really have turned a curve because we have more competition in the space, because we have more public interest in the space, because we have more regulation in the space, some of which has been very helpful, some of which has been very bad, but like a bunch of things have pushed people to get much better, and it's been a wonderful thing. So I really am extremely optimistic about web privacy. I would much rather use a browser today than 10 years ago, and certainly before that as well.
I'm optimistic, or I wouldn't be here, but also like deeply, deeply concerned, right? So former head of a Treasury Department, U.S. Treasury Department, told me, look, we're talking about the old encryption days, this crypto wars I talked about. We're talking about like messaging encryption and that kind of thing. That's one thing. But now we're talking about money when we talk about financial privacy. And you won't win. Since that time, I've had a significant threat to my personhood from a U.S. government agency. We've seen other people in our space in jail for providing tools that others then used for nefarious purposes, just like they use email for nefarious purposes, but had no intent. We're building it for good. So those threats are very real. I'm confident that we can continue to innovate and build and do what's right. The gentleman that was up here talking before was talking about network states, and I very much believe in building new systems outside of traditional systems. Right? There's this idea that you don't put new wine in old wineskins. You can't change our traditional financial systems to map to the new financial landscape that we have with cryptocurrencies and Web3. We have to build these complete systems with great usability that allow us to do all of the kind of same things and to be able to opt out of these kind of draconian, other systems that are in place today. So I'm optimistic that we can get there. We're running really fast. And we do have folks chasing us, so.
And on that note, I want to remind you guys that while you're sitting there and you're kind of passively taking on this information, we actually won't win without you. And so I implore you, like if there's a reason why I'm at this conference, it's because we need help. There are privacy developers who are being thrown in jail, as Josh mentioned, simply for creating open source tooling that protects privacy. This is a space that is actively being threatened by people who don't want privacy to exist. So the number one thing you guys can do is help support the people on stage here. These people are brave. They are being personally threatened by those with entrenched interests who want the surveillance state to continue. And they will not be able to survive if they do not have your support. And by support, I mean, like, are you using their products? Are you, supporting these ecosystems? I pay for Brave Search. I could use it for free, but I pay like $4 a month because it's a small way that I can contribute so that they can keep developing these tools. And so just making sure that if these guys are up here risking their lives to build things that will make you guys safer, are you actually helping participate and keeping them around? If you don't, they will cease to exist. There are only so many times a brave person can step out and get their head chopped off before no more brave people step forward. But if we have a quorum, that's strength. If we have enough people standing up and saying, no, actually, we push back. And last night, Petar had a great comment at the Casa de Satoshi, where he said, we want to make it so that governments around the world are scared to implement these draconian policies because they know that people will stand up and fight them. They know it will not be politically in their best interest to suggest a surveillance law or to suggest one of these egregious overreaches into our life because enough people will stand up and push back. So we need you. It's not enough to say, well, I don't personally care about privacy, it doesn't affect me. No, privacy in society is going to disappear unless we all jump on board and help protect the brave people who are building these tools. So on that note, I appreciate you guys so much for caring about all the things talked about at this conference, the radical innovation, the freedom that's being built. And so let's include, privacy in that conversation and help all the people. And we have time for maybe like a couple of questions. I want to give it to John to start off with. Chisholm, you can speak. I could repeat it.
Trying to mitigate our loss of privacy is a hopeless battle. That it's going to happen. Video cameras are going to be everywhere. So we're going to lose our privacy. The only way to deal with it is to turn the video cameras around towards the powers that be, the elites who are trying to abuse the data. What are your thoughts on that? Thanks.
Do you want to take it? Because I have some thoughts as well. Start off, Pete.
Sure. So I don't know this book, so this comes from a place of ignorance, but from your summary at least. Absolutely, I feel that some level of surveillance is going to be there at all times. The camera example was a great one. I think this is an example of why exit from society is not a great route most of the time, and why regulation is important, why giving people the right to sue the person who takes out an unauthorized picture of them. I don't know if I mean that specifically, but I think regulation is important. I don't think exit from camera life is a possible reality. I think that's absurd. And so I encourage people to not just focus on technological approaches, as well as critical as those are, but to also focus on policy solutions as well.
I would say that in a perfectly power-balanced society, that would be a nice theory. The idea of perfect transparency that's equal. There is nothing in society that is equal. The power structures are not equal, access to resources is not equal. So this idea of this utopia where we all no longer judge each other because everything we do is transparent, it sounds nice in theory. It is never going to happen in a world that is, by reality, it's always going to be imbalanced, because the powerful people who want to maintain privacy will be able to. All it means is that, I feel like this transparent society is being pushed on us right now. We're being told, yeah, if you have nothing to hide, let's just be open. You shouldn't be embarrassed. If you're embarrassed, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. In this society where backdoors are mandated, where everything is broadcast publicly, and we kind of have that transparency forced on us, those with resources maintain their privacy. If you try to find the home address of, powerful people, you will have a hard time. If you try to find the home address of almost everyone in this room, it'll take you 2 seconds on the internet. If you want to find the real-time location of basically everyone in this room, all you need is their cell number, which again will take you 2 seconds on the internet, and you'll be able to buy that data for $5, find someone's real-time location at any time. Powerful interests, you don't get access to that data. So no, I don't think the solution is just giving in to transparency. I think that's more of a psyop. I wish it were the case because it sounds good. I wish we didn't have to care about this. But ultimately, it comes down to individual responsibility, and this is something that we all have to take responsibility for ourselves. Companies can't protect this data. Governments can't protect this data. A lot of this data is mandated. We disclose. At the end of the day, we have to start being more selective with what we reveal to the world, knowing that it can't be protected and understanding what makes us more vulnerable. It's just up to individual responsibility, because those with interests will be able to protect themselves in a fully transparent world. It's the same way that communist utopias just don't exist. Let's share everything equally. It just doesn't happen. Those with political power will always, have the upper hand.
So, I agree. And you talked about privacy by default earlier. And the other thing that you mentioned, you talked about as well, right? The mental load of having to try to make decisions about what I'm leaking and not leaking, about my life and what I'm doing, is way too high. And what people don't realize is that, so I come from a background where I got into privacy, I was on the other side. I built an Intel system. I built an ad tech system. I had very rich profiles on.
You are the enemy.
I was the enemy, definitely. But what it did is it opened my eyes, because the amount of data that's being leaked is not just what you think I'm posting here and I'm making this public. It's all the metadata, the data about the data. It's where the photo was taken. It's the edge detection. So people can determine the shapes within a photo. They can determine whether you're taking a picture of a plate of food or if you're taking a picture of a hillside. All of that information is being scanned and gleaned. So then I know, like, you've taken a picture in a geolocation that's not your home address, because I know what your home address is, so you're probably on vacation or business travel, but it was this type of thing. This is what your disposable income is. This is where you work, because that's all on LinkedIn or other places. And I know based on where you work and where you got your education, probably how much money you make. I've got a tremendous amount of data that I can start to aggregate. The mental load, like no human being can comprehend the amount of data that's being leaked, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. The only thing that we can do is require encryption by default, where it just can't be leaked. And that's the kind of the battle that we're in. And so to try to choose those tools where that data can't be leaked as much as possible, but again, the kind of aggregate has to get easier and easier, because it's too hard.
I think we've run out of time here, but a round of applause for these two who I think are heroes on stage building awesome tools.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much, Naomi. We have a coffee break right now, 20, 25 minutes at our foyer at the Cafeteria Rio. So please, let's join there, continue our networking, and we'll see you here in about 25 minutes. Thank you.
Esta es segunda llamada. Segunda llamada. Esta es segunda llamada. Segunda llamada. Esta es tercera llamada. Tercera llamada. Comenzamos.
Welcome back, everybody, to our next panel, Freedom and Balance, Bitcoin's Promise and the Push to Control It. This session is sponsored by the Human Rights Foundation, one of our partners this year in this third edition of the Radical Innovation Summit. And we very much want to thank the Human Rights Foundation for their support, and we hope that it continues as we look into the future. From the Human Rights Foundation, if we could please welcome Zach Guinard, also Renata Rodriguez from FEDI, and Jorge Jajati from Economic Inclusion Group. Please join me on the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Zach Guinard. I'm a writer at the Human Rights Foundation. We're one of the sponsors of this conference here, the Radical Innovation Summit. We help we help activists and nonprofits and individuals like yourselves use Bitcoin as a tool to achieve financial freedom, and perhaps even more importantly, to peacefully resist the financial repression that is all too common from dictatorships and authoritarian regimes. So today, I'm going to be hosting the panel on the freedom to transact, Bitcoin's promise and the push to control it. I'm joined by two of my very good friends, Renata Rodriguez of FEDI, as well as Jorge Raisari of the Economic Inclusion Group. But who better to give an introduction than these fine, wonderful people? So maybe we can take, to start off, a few minutes, introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about the work that you do.
Hey everyone, my name is Renata, as Zach said. So I work on FEDI. FEDI is a private wallet that has private chat and also mini apps inside. And the key thing about FEDI, it's powered by community. So when you say community, it's like can be your family, can be your group, can be whoever you feel that's community. And the idea here is basically, right now you have two options, right? You have self-custody, so you own your money, or you keep your money under your mattress, or you put in a wallet, a cold wallet or a hot wallet, which is very expensive, can be very challenging technically. Or you can put your money in a third party, which can be a bank, can be an exchange that's very centralized. And we've been talking about centralization here for a while during this conference. So you don't have any control of your money. And you're having what we're proposing is the middle ground. So instead of you storing your funding, your funds, or this in a difficult way, or with other people, you store your funds with people that you trust, with your community. And we can talk more about it. So, and thank you so much for having me here. It's an honor to be sharing a space with such bright minds here. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everybody for coming to this event. I would like to congratulate the Salinas family, Atlas Network, Human Rights Foundation for putting this event together. Because I really believe that technology allows us to be at the offensive when it comes to advancing freedom. Sometimes we're always resisting. We're always resisting against bad policies, against bad actions against us. And technology allows us to expand the opportunities we have to advance our freedom. Last year, I founded my organization, Economic Inclusion Group, and our main goal is to advance financial inclusion policies. Because I really believe that if people don't have financial instruments, don't have access to these resources, how can they be prosperous? How can they be part of the economy? And if people are not part of the economy, this is when socialists win elections. This is when radicalism rises. There are two things that I have been working very, very focused. One is an issue that we call debanking, which is the people that lose their access to financial services for political reasons or for bad regulation. And we also really believe that Bitcoin is a source, is a tool for freedom. It's a tool for financial inclusion, not only Latin America, but all over the world. Currently, we're advising people in Congress in the US, people at the European Parliament, and international institutions so that they understand the power of having a financial system that is freer and that everybody has access to it.
Thank you both so much for those great introductions. I was thinking that we could start this panel with a rather simple question, but I want to make sure that everybody listening is on the same page. And so that question is, what does it mean to have the freedom to transact? What does that actually look like in practice?
I can start in this case, freedom to transact is freedom of the choice to use whatever you want, to send when you want, and to who you want. This sounds very basic, this sounds very practical, right? But it's very difficult to be done in this world. Even the person that has the biggest access to the banks, to all the system, technologies, everything, they cannot choose as well who, when, and how, right? You have this sentiment that, oh, now I can go right now in my Apple Pay and pay something. But you didn't choose that much. If you want to do this in a private way, tell me one form that you can do this. And then you have people that doesn't have any choices at all, either because they have to flee their countries and they don't have documentation, refugees, people seeking asylum, right? Or either people that doesn't have even systems, financial systems in their countries too. So it looks like something super granted, right, for us that we are privileged here. But even ourselves, we still don't have that much freedom as we think that we could have.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you, Renata. Freedom to transact, as you mentioned, is something that for many people, they take it for granted. Last week, as I was mentioning to you, I was in Zurich, in Switzerland. And I was talking about these concepts from people from Zurich. For them, since their entire life, they have been living in systems in which they have property rights, in which they have financial instruments, in which they have courts where they can resolve disputes. For them, they take it for granted. But for all of us in this room, that we know that billions of people, the majority of the world, are excluded from the ability and the freedom to transact, we don't take it for granted. Billions of people around the world cannot enter the market, cannot enjoy the market, cannot benefit from the market because they are blocked from doing so, because for bad policies, because for regulations that block their abilities to prosper. And that's the problem in Latin America. All of us who are from this region, we know that only a minority of people have access to the market institutions that allow countries to prosper. So that's why we need to fight for this right, this freedom to transact.
Very well said, both of you. you said that the freedom to transact is often something we take for granted. It's such a foundational freedom. And I would argue that a lot of the other freedoms that we have or don't have in the world today actually are either underpinned or flow from that freedom to transact, like the freedom of speech, like freedom of assembly, and freedom of movement. So my question is, how is it exactly that the freedom to transact itself is underpinning these other freedoms? Why is it that it provides the foundation for these other freedoms to actually flourish?
I mean, money, if you have the money, you have the power, right? So what happens, it's basically money for the long time in the history is being used to manipulate people in different ways. So if you come for a very populist regime, it's the way that you silence people. If you come from dictatorship, it's the way that you silence people, right? So if you come from a populist, I give you, oh, you're gonna get benefits, grants, or something like that make your family better, right? So why I'm gonna vote in another person? Why am I gonna think about it, right? Or it can be something like you come from this country, dictatorship, so you're not allowed to transact. And every time that you transact, I'm gonna trace where you are. And then I'm gonna find where you are, who you are transact with, and we're gonna put you guys on the jail. Very simple, right? So we think that we've been seeing people all the time talking about freedom of speech, freedom of moving around. But what the base, the core of this is the money. I was speaking another day with a person, an activist from Nicaragua, and he was saying, no, Renata, I don't live in my country anymore. It's not that difficult to leave my country, right? And we have like a bank system that's integrated with other countries in Latin America. I can send money back home. And I will say, congratulations, you've been giving funds to the government in Nicaragua for a while, right? Even fighting against the government. Because who bites a little bit of this fund that you send through Western Union, through the bank system? It's the government. You are funding this, right? So if you don't understand how your financial system works, even if you don't wanna, if you are fighting against that, if you talk about it, but if you are feeding this, is it still there, right?
Yes, for those who believe in the ideas that we believe, economic freedom, freedom to transact is almost like the basis, the fundamental freedoms. You need to own what you have earned of hard work during your entire life. In Venezuela, in my country, people lost in a year what they worked for decades. People lost their houses, their farms, their factories, without any kind of due process. If you don't have these basic freedoms, you don't have freedom of speech, you don't have political freedoms. Elections really don't matter if your property can be taken away like this. And this is why I congratulate many of the projects that came to the summit. In Brazil, this idea of providing zip codes to people, or other projects that are providing property rights in different places in Africa, or the projects that work on financial inclusion issues, because you need to empower people materially. I really believe that. It's not only about ideas, ideas are very important, but people have to have the means to be included in the economy. And from the political perspective, when you have people who are empowered economically, when they have a skin on the game on the system, when they see that their effort results in property, these people will believe in their democracy. They will believe in their institutions. They will not vote for radical ideas. So it is extremely important to protect that. Somebody told me today that the Banco Azteca here in Mexico is really working to bring bancarization to many people, bring financial instruments to many people in Mexico. That's really important. Why? Because when people have these tools, they can be more prosperous and we can have a better democracy.
Very well said, Jorge. In a lot of my work at the Human Rights Foundation revolves around the idea that Bitcoin is financial freedom. And this, come on, a little louder. As the world's first working, decentralized, digital form of money for neutrally exchanging value over the internet. It's a radical innovation, as this summit is named after. And so my question is, you look at something like Bitcoin. Why is Bitcoin specifically poised to preserve and protect the freedom to transact, not just in places where we already have the freedom to transact, but also in places like authoritarian regimes and dictatorships where the freedom to transact either doesn't exist or is being actively restricted?
I think there is like a specificity on Bitcoin that make this very unique, right? One is the speed, two is the decentralization, right? And three is the capacity that you can fight to whatever is needed around you, right? What I want to say there. So, speed. I can give an example from activists again. So, some situations, activists they are exposed to act very fast, right? And what happened is basically, if they use any bank system, let's say in Argentina, I tried to pay someone in Argentina a while ago, and it took like 30 days, and the money didn't came through. So imagine you are mobilizing refugees, or you are trying to, I don't know, like save someone that is got like on the hands of, and you need to pay something on the hands of bad people, and they need to pay to release these guys, right? So there was this lady from South Sudan. She was telling me she would have 3 hours to pay to someone in South Sudan to release a person. Otherwise, they would have killed the person. And she would do this through Western Union, right? So she was in Switzerland. She started going to everywhere, trying to, and there is a limit of payment. There is a limit to everything, right? And she started to see the time clocking, like ticking. The person is gonna die, And then suddenly, someone told to her like, "Oh, why you don't use Bitcoin?" And Bitcoin is a translator. I call this a translator of all the languages. All the currencies, basically, right? So she, in Switzerland, she could buy Bitcoin with the franc Swiss, with the Swiss franc, and then convert this into Bitcoin. And then she could contact someone in South Sudan that could convert in the local currency. So this flexibility of the Bitcoin, it's key for this type of activities, right? So in this case, she could save lives literally because of that. So I think the decentralization element as well, it's core on Bitcoin, because this makes, you give back to people the power to control this currency, right? Everyone here can contribute and validate every transaction of Bitcoin, right? And in the end of the day, to fight against the system in terms of like systems that are not working in favor of you, right? So the choice that you have to change, it's not now, it's now getting to your hands, not in the hands of other people, right? You individually, you can make differences around this with a small amount of Bitcoin or a big amount of Bitcoin.
Yes, many people join Bitcoin first from the theoretical perspective, or they come first because of the business opportunity. In my case, I joined, or I became part of the Bitcoin community because of necessity. I was sending remittances to people in Venezuela. I was sending humanitarian aid. I was also analyzing how much friction there is in the banking system, as you mentioned, when you do business in Latin America. So for me, Bitcoin was a solution. A rapid solution, a solution that allowed me to do things without needing the approval of any government or any institution. And then I met people like you, like Ovi, who then we start analyzing the characteristics, and they start explaining to me the characteristics of Bitcoin. Bitcoin, the centralization of Bitcoin, the way that there is not a single point of failure in the system, the way Bitcoin is decentralized and allows people to create the best protocols possible, it really makes a very strong system. It really allows people to flourish. And we live in an era in which the financial system is increasingly weaponized. It is increasingly difficult to proceed. A lot of people in Latin America, not only is that they don't have bank accounts, but if you want to do cross-border transactions, as you were mentioning, the money is frozen all the time. I know universities that their money is frozen all the time when it comes from Latin America to Europe, for example, or business people that when they send money to their suppliers, or foundations when they send money to their grantees, transactions are blocked all the time. With Bitcoin, we have the opportunity to actually give people financial inclusion and financial freedom to a way bigger extent than any other technology. And to me, the most important aspect is the decentralization aspect. Because if you have a company, for example, a company with a specific cryptocurrency, there is a point of failure, which is the company itself. There is a point in which governments can impose too much regulations, too much restrictions. They can make the system eventually obsolete. With Bitcoin, this is not the case. So for me, that's why I really believe that Bitcoin is perhaps the most important technology when it comes to advancing freedom and markets.
Strongly agree with both of your remarks there. So Bitcoin is 16 years old now, and over those 16 years, it has only grown in its reach and influence and its valuation. You know, it is one of the most valuable assets in the world with a market cap well north of $2 trillion American dollars. And so, yet at the same time, governments around the world, especially dictatorships, are trying to both increase their oversight and regulations on Bitcoin, trying to impose their ideals on this, free market emergence of money, which is effectively what Bitcoin is. And so I wonder how you guys think about what the right balance is there between regulations and oversight and, Bitcoin as a tool for financial freedom. What is the correct balance?
So this is a very interesting question because so in one hand, if you implement the regulations, you automatically endorse that this is a currency, right? So you recognize this is a currency that you can use daily basis, which is a very important thing. Not just for us that we understand the tool, but like for people around the globe say, can I use this? It's not a scam, right? So it's an important thing. But in another hand, if your regulation hits to a specificity around like your choice to be private, to show whatever you want to show, to declare whatever you want to declare, then in this case you remove the most important element of Bitcoin, which is decentralization. So if you pick Bitcoin and put it in a format of a bank, a centralized institution, what happens is you take the property of this immediately, right? So, what I'm seeing right now is the desire to exactly frame the currency into what we know, right? Like, because Bitcoin is so innovative that you don't know how you frame that. Like, what is the gray areas? So basically, what can be dangerous and in terms of the balance is like how you, by trying to help the regulation and protect people, you don't block them to be private, to choose the way that they can use that Bitcoin, and remove the property of Bitcoin to be decentralized and secure in the same time.
Yes, from my perspective, the biggest threat in a way to Bitcoin and to financial freedom is that the same problems that right now affect the regulated banking industry then becomes problem of this new technology. Why we have all these problems with the banking system is because the way it's regulated doesn't work. Internationally, there is a series of laws called anti-money laundering regulations which are financial compliance rules, which makes transactions extremely expensive, which makes transactions extremely easy to be frozen, be paralyzed, which is allowing or is enabling that many people are losing their bank accounts. These regulations, there is an attempt to bring them to, for example, Bitcoin. There is an attempt that this regulation classify, for example, self-hosted wallets as high-risk instruments. If this happens from a regulatory perspective, if Bitcoin is classified as a high-risk technology, it means that many foundations will not be able to accept it. It means that many businesses will not want to accept it. So there is a fight that we have to do from the policy perspective to maintain this technology free from bad regulation, free from regulations that can be weaponized, free from regulations that can make the technology extremely rigid. And that, to me, is the biggest threat. There is, of course, the individual threats in authoritarian countries, in more repressive contexts, but internationally, what we need to fight against is this idea that we need to regulate Bitcoin the same way the traditional banking sector is regulated, because that's precisely why banking is failing so many people.
And just like to add to that is like the risk also for you to regulate self-custody as well. It's then you open a precedent that you can even regulate self-custody in cash, right? And we can get to the extreme point that you cannot even have, your kids cannot have their, you know, the piggy banks anymore because you need to declare the piggy bank of your kid there, you know? So of course I'm extreming this, but like it's a precedent that you can open up for that.
I mean, just to follow up on this, when you read the communique or the new regulations that international financial regulatory bodies issue, there is some people who want to regulate cash. They want to put know your customer on ATMs. They want to classify self-hosted wallets as a high-risk technology. There is an attempt to totally regulate the financial system. As you know, there is an attempt to create central bank digital currencies, an attempt to truly create financial control. And that is extremely problematic for the development of a free society that functions and that has power distributed among many members of society.
Very well said, Jorge. And you perfectly segued into my next question when you mentioned central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, for anyone that may have heard the acronym, but not the full name. So to your point, you know, in 2009, Bitcoin was invented, and following its invention as the first form of digital money was an explosion of other digital assets and digital currencies. You know, some that are speculative, like meme coins, other cryptocurrencies claiming to do different things, different ways. You know, governments introducing central bank digital currencies, private companies introducing stable coins. And so bringing it back to the freedom to transact, my question is, in light of all of these different digital assets and digital currencies, is Bitcoin still the best option for the freedom to transact? And how does the freedom to transact compare to something like a central bank digital currency or a stable coin? Can you achieve transactional freedom on a CBDC or stable coin, or is it just Bitcoin that is able to provide that freedom?
So basically, if you have someone that gonna open up their phones, their computers, and gonna say, what you were doing on McDonald's? What you was doing with your kid in the hotel X, right? Would you feel free, right? Like you were pretty much observed. And that's pretty much what it's PIX in Brazil right now, right? PIX is the central bank digital system. It's not a digital currency. But that's what exactly they are doing with the community. Of course, like it makes the system very fast. It makes it very convenient. Now you see people on the beaches charging, you know, even like homeless getting, you know, donations from PIX. But the problem of this is also they are knowing everything you are doing. They are tracing everything. And the CBDCs are pretty much the same, right? It exists like some conversations around like, oh, we can make them more private in some extent, but in the end of the day, it's control, right? So I try not to be like super radical, like against everything, and that's why I'm saying like is the choice, is the freedom choice, right? If you are in Brazil and you need to pay people and you have access to Pix, is your choice to use that or cash, or you can start to use Bitcoin, right? So the problem of this is like, it's just like if I use my wallet, nobody's gonna know that I paid for what I paid, you know, like, and in the amount I paid, if I do this in the decentralized way. But if I do this in a more centralized system, of course you're gonna do it. Stable coins, they're like another type of situation, right? Because they are filling a gap that Bitcoin couldn't fill until recently, which is give an alternative to the flexibility of the currency, right? So, of course, it's much easier to compare your local currency with the USD equivalent currency, right? The issue around this is not is still a centralized system, right? So, if at some point the people that controls this currency get in trouble, it's like a big effect to everyone. And in the case of Bitcoin, it's a very, very impossible to happen unless you are in the centralized system inside of the Bitcoin ecosystem, right? So it's just like a fun fact, like how huge it's being like a stable coin in our region. I remember around like 2020, I was working in a exchange, a peer-to-peer exchange. And Bitcoin, and I was seeing the numbers for Argentina, Venezuela, you know, and Colombia. And suddenly, in Argentina, we start to seeing like a Bitcoin that was like reigning the country. You're seeing stable coins spiking, crossing the element. And then I start to asking myself like, what's going on here, right? And I'm very lucky because one part of my work is go to underground and talk with people, right? And what they said, it was like, I love this idea that I can buy digital dollar. So again, the convenience was winning here instead of like doing something that can protect yourself, right? And right now, the stable coin are huge in our region, especially for exchanging, like, you know, paying paying people broadly. And the interesting thing that probably a big chunk of people here doesn't know is there is right now tools in Bitcoin that allow you to freeze your Bitcoin as well. That you never touch another currency, but it's Bitcoin itself. So in Feri we do that. There is another company called Blink that do that as well, that does that too. So you don't need anymore to get into other places and put yourself on risk in this centralized scheme as well.
Yes, for example, in Europe, where I spent a lot of the time in the year, they have this idea of CBDC, and it's very well developed. They are at the latest stages, but there is no use case for that. There is really no use case. They say that it's because of financial inclusion, financial stability from the central bank perspective. It's not true. It's political control, and it's less privacy for us. The problem with CBDC or with every financial instrument that is heavily regulated is the lack of financial privacy as well. Most people don't know, but your entire bank statement, your entire private information can be shared to law enforcement, to other banks, to other governments, without you even knowing that this happened. This is particularly problematic for people that are working in sensitive areas. And I'm not only talking about activists, I'm talking also about journalists, policymakers, and business people. Business people who are dealing in competition with geopolitical adversaries, they need to have their privacy in way more developed way than what they have right now. Because if somebody has access to your financial data, they have access to your entire life and your business capacity. When it comes to stablecoins, I feel that stablecoins are complementary technology to Bitcoin, and is something that, again, provides a lot of financial inclusion, a lot of opportunities. I like stablecoins, but at the same time, they don't have the characteristics that make Bitcoin, I believe, the bank of last resort. The truly independent, autonomous, protected technology when everything else fails, when you cannot open a bank account for political reasons, when you cannot have a stable coin because you don't meet the know your customer requirements, when everything else fails and you need to send money to your family member in a country like Venezuela, or where you need to send money to a nonprofit doing great work in the Middle East, when everything else fails, we need to have Bitcoin. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I flew from Europe to be with you today, because I really believe that we need to work on this, because it's the last resort that we have.
I feel like that might deserve a round of applause. All right, so we're going to move on to the more interactive portion, which is the question period of this panel. So if you have a question for any of these wonderful panelists here, feel free to raise your hand, and I think we have some mics going around that we can share with you.
Hello, I want to talk about the downsides of Bitcoin, which are the slowness, and eventually there's going to need to be some kind of second layer solution. What I understand is that FEDI represents that second layer on Bitcoin. Is that right?
So yeah, so in this case, we don't like that much like layers labeling, but like what we do basically, you have like a Bitcoin, then you have another layer of Bitcoin which is called Lightning Network. And Lightning Network, it's basically a solution to make a transaction super fast. But then you have an issue on that is related to privacy and limitation on the amount of transactions that you could use in this channel. So what FEDI brought as a solution is not a super new solution, which is very known. It's eCash. eCash is a blind signature based, created like for Shaman, I think it's like in the 90s, something like this. And he was proposing to the bank system on that time to create like a blind signature that you don't need to know who is sending what to who. It's like a carbon paper that you sign. Okay, I bought your envelope, I'm gonna sign here, and I'm gonna give it to you. So I'm gonna validate this, right? So what eCash can inside of the system can do, it's basically you deposit in your community bank, in your community wallet, an amount in Bitcoin, and the eCash this is converted into eCash. So basically, this allows that our transactions inside become blinded, private, and at the same time, transactions that the system just see as a balance between us. So we don't need like other people go there, approve, and go to everywhere. So this optimizes a lot the activity of the Bitcoin. And then when we want to leave that federation, that bank, and send to another bank, you use the Lightning network or you use the Bitcoin. So what you get with that is the Vegas system that I say, because everything inside of the federation, nobody knows. Even the people that are in charge of the keys of the federation knows who is inside, what they are transacting, how much they have, because of the eCash system. And then when you send money out of this, you are sending money out of the wallet of the community. So it's basically like Vegas. What stays in the federation, what happens in the federation stays in the federation. What leaves the federation is just the wallet of the federation. So you don't know that Renata sent a fund to you. It's the wallet of the federation that is sent fund out. So this kind of our solution for privacy, but also to speed and to cut a lot the cost of these transactions as well.
I think that you also have a...
Hola, hola.
All right. So I do have a question from the perspective of the regulator, because every time, I'm far from being an expert. I'm very ignorant with Bitcoin. But every time that I meet with a regulator, with a policymaker in the European Parliament, even though they come from the center, very liberal people, very freedom thinkers, but then their argument is we need to regulate this not because of market unity, not because of consumer protection, but because Bitcoin would enable people avoid sanctions from Russia, and Hamas is using Bitcoin. That is the main argument. And I really don't know what is the counter argument. I'm pretty sure that there is a counter argument, but then I will really appreciate if you could help me to actually then come back to this question.
I mean, when it comes to sanctions evasion, for example, and when it comes to money laundering, financial authorities, they have all the tools to actually assess where this is taking place. Where is the sanctions evasion? Where is the money laundering? All the tools are available. Sanctions are being circumvented by traditional banking institutions. They are not being circumvented by new technology. They are circumvented at their own eyesight. The same is with money laundering. You know that only 1% of the money laundering globally is ever caught by all these anti-money laundering rules. This narrative that Bitcoin is used for these purposes is a narrative that I have seen, as you mentioned, in all banking regulators, in the European Parliament, in the European Central Bank. I met with them 3 times, in which it's very funny, because in articles they make these kind of statements, and then when I met with them, they tell me that anti-money laundering is not part of their mandate. It is, again, it is extremely problematic. What is the solution to all this? As everything, with transparency. We need to have reports. We need to have cost-benefit analysis. We need to have more detailed diagnostics of how a financial crime is actually taking place, but not with narratives, but with real data. But that's precisely the main argument that we have against, but it's totally false argument. And the first thing you need to tell them when they tell you this is why, after, for example, in Europe, spending every year $100 billion on anti-money laundering compliance rules, why only 1% of money laundering is ever caught? Why, after we took away all financial privacy of people, we are still having all these problems? Are we going to double down with a system that failed, or are we going to implement something new? Because if they want to double down with the same regulation that have been failing, they will make our economies extremely unproductive. Because then every bank or every new technology that wants to provide financial inclusion to people, every time they want to do that, they will put all this regulation so that people cannot have access to financial instruments. What is the result? Immigrants don't have bank accounts. Poor people cannot have bank accounts. Non-profits are losing their bank accounts. And if we don't provide these people financial services, that's when these people are going to be in actually the risk of criminal activities. Because if you don't have financial instruments, then how can you rent an apartment? How can you have a job? How can you be productive? So it's really, we need to really fight against that narrative.
Gracias. Mi pregunta es más para Jorge. Qué gusto que estén acá y tremenda participación. De verdad, muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much for all the information that you have told us. Mi comentario es un poco más, yo le mando dinero a mi papá, coincido con todo lo que compartes, lo que mencionas, y más de Venezuela. Yo le mando justo dinero a él, se convierte a USDC y luego lo recibe por medio de Binance. Esa es la wallet que él utiliza, y así es por medio de Bitcoin es que logro mandarle el dinero que tanto para él es valioso, ¿no? Y para mí es un gusto mandar, ¿no? Mi comentario va un poco más de ¿qué wallet recomendarías además de Binance? Porque no todas funcionan bien en Venezuela y me refiero más por un tema político. Había otra aplicación o digamos wallet que era Uphold, que entiendo es americana y ya no funciona, o por medio de la geolocalización verifican que él está en Venezuela y no funciona la aplicación. Ya eso es por un tema político en Venezuela. Si la wallet Binance has a problem tomorrow, what can you recommend to me? Another wallet, another form to send money to them, to my family?
I mean, we can talk about this later, but there is plenty of options. There is many options. We have, for example, here Fedi, which is, we have here Renata, in case you have more technical questions about that. There is many options, honestly. Self-hosted wallet is usually the best. And after my talk, I can give you like more specifics on that.
I just want to comment something that seeing like Venezuelans and talking about our region, right? So there is this study that they could prove that Venezuelans brought Bitcoin to the Latin America, basically. So the idea, if you guys check, like there is an old site called like Useful Tulips. So what they did, they compare the peer-to-peer exchange market with the blackouts in Venezuela on the beginning of the Bitcoin coming to the country, to the region. And every time you would have had a blackout in Venezuela, you would see the peer-to-peer market going down. So, and why is that? So the story of this is, it was basically the Venezuelan would have moved to another country in Latin America, and then they wouldn't have documents, they wouldn't have, they're still establishing in the country, right? So, but they would have some work there, and they wouldn't need to send funds back home. So they would say, who has Bitcoin around that I can exchange my Brazilian reals or my Colombian pesos into Bitcoin? And then with this Bitcoin, I can send back home, and back home they can exchange locally, right? And it was funny because during all this time, like 2018 until, I don't know, 2021, I could see the spikes of the migration of Venezuelans through the place that I used to work for the peer-to-peer market. So you'd say, oh, now is Argentina, now is Chile, by just seeing this flow. It's amazing how smart was, I mean, again, comes from the necessity, but how amazing is to see how this tool could help so many people around the region. Hello.
Mic check. And thank you for these incredible questions. I have a question for each one of you, and Zach as well. We've talked about the blockchain trilemma, and that is a very important topic: security, decentralization, and scalability. Can you please comment on Bitcoin, stablecoins, and other cryptocurrencies in terms of absolute scarcity? Why is that important?
This is for you, you know.
I thought it was all for all three of us, but
yes, me too. I can.
Yeah, so
Renata.
Well, he did address you first. So what Tristan is referring to here is the idea that when you have a digital asset or a blockchain, you have to make trade-offs in terms of it was scalability, scarcity, and sorry, what was the last one? Decentralization. And so typically you can have two of those, and you have to sacrifice the third. When you put Bitcoin into this framework, typically you're looking at something that has decentralization and absolute scarcity. And it is achieving those things by, I would say, sacrificing the scalability aspect of it. But I wouldn't say that that means that Bitcoin is not scalable. I would say that Bitcoin has a different way to scale, which was mentioned earlier, which is through layers. And so there are a myriad of different protocols emerging and applications emerging on top of Bitcoin, like what Fedi uses, which is eCash, but also the Lightning Network and Arc, and a new one launched this year, which was Spark, and they're all kind of different application layers for Bitcoin that improve its scalability. So I mean, I would argue that Bitcoin is actually hitting all three of the blockchain trilemma, as it's called, which is quite rare. And then you look at something like a central bank digital currency or a stable coin, and these things have really high scalability because they're centralized. They have a really high transaction throughput because it's effectively just a centralized ledger that you just can easily have a central authority deduct balances from and credit balances in other areas. But where these fall short mainly is in scarcity, right? In many ways, both central bank digital currencies and stable coins replicate many of the failures of fiat money into the digital world. And the main one I'm mentioning here is the idea that they can still be printed, albeit digitally, ad infinitum, right? They don't have a 21 million supply limit like Bitcoin does. So they might not be able to serve as a hedge against inflation, or just as a savings account in a place like Venezuela where inflation is running at 229%. Yeah, do you guys have anything to add there?
No, I think it's and I know our time is almost over, everyone is hungry, but I think the scarcity element on this is, for me, it's a very important element, because Bitcoin is a deflationary currency, right? So the fact that you cannot print more Bitcoin makes the fact that we all know as less you have, as more you want. So there is like this analysis that says over time, all the currencies, they're gonna devaluate because they're gonna print. You're gonna have Bitcoin getting lesser and lesser available, so more and more people want to get this currency. And what's gonna happen is like suddenly the demand and the offer they're gonna like switch, right? And the price of this is gonna go up and up, which is a big contrast with the regular system that we currently know, right?
Yes, if I had to highlight something, I would say is the decentralization aspect, because what I have seen is that financial regulation is really choking a lot of financial institutions and is really making very difficult for many people to have bank accounts. So if you have a decentralized system, it means you have a resilient system. It means you have a system that is highly democratic in a way. So that, for me, is the primary value of Bitcoin as a technology for financial freedom.
All right, well, thank you all for joining us for this panel. Let's give a big round of applause to Jorge and Renata.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. We have lunch now at the cafeteria, and we'll resume back here sharply at 3:30 for David's cornerstone talk and the panel that follows before we do our closing session of the Radical Innovation Summit. Thank you again, all three. Thank you.
Esta es Segunda Llamada. Esta es tercera llamada. Tercera llamada. Comenzamos.
Buenas tardes. Welcome back, everybody. So I hope you had a good lunch. Good Mexican-style lunch. See? No siesta, however. On the other hand, we have the enormous privilege in this next cornerstone talk of having David Johnston from Morpheus. He's also going to participate in the panel that immediately follows this conversation. David, it's a great pleasure to have you here at Universidad La Libertad. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Hello, my friends. It has been truly a pleasure the last few days to see so many people I've known the last 10 years all come together, both from the philosophy and from the technology. So I'm happy to talk today about a project I'm very passionate about. Presumably, everybody in this room, show of hands, already knows about Bitcoin. This is our freedom money. And I'm here today to tell you that freedom money is an amazing thing, but it's not enough. We must also have freedom of intelligence. And as AI becomes more and more important in our lives, you really, really, really want to own your AI. You ought to have the right with your crypto wallet to control your agent. And so just as you've heard the term, not your keys, not your Bitcoin, people are quickly learning, not your keys, not your AI. And so today I want to talk to you about Morpheus because this is the project that reminds me the most of the early days of Bitcoin. So I'm class of 2012. I was lucky to be an economics nerd, and so I heard about Bitcoin very early on. And what defined that period is people that were motivated by freedom made up most of the early community. And so like Bitcoin, Morpheus has no company. The inventors were anonymous. There's no pre-mine, there's no VCs. It's all built by the open source community with the objective of letting you own your AI with all the tools that we've built in crypto and Web3. So connect them to smart contracts, connect them to payment rails, connect them so my AI can act on my behalf. And so the history of Morpheus is very interesting. Does anybody remember the last regime when they passed the AI executive order in October of 2023? Just a few? So this is sort of echoes of the war on cryptography from the 1990s, right? When they tried to ban encryption in 91. In 2023, they tried to do something very similar. The executive order said that open source AI models were a munition. They were dangerous. They were a weapon. AI is so powerful, we can't possibly let the average person have access to the math. And so the executive order would make it a felony to release an AI that was over a certain threshold. And by 2025 standards, we're talking thresholds that have already been well surpassed now. And so the Morpheus community was born out of this rebellion against the attempt to ban math. And we said this is just as absurd as it was in 1991, it's just as absurd in 2023. So the community got together, many of them were early Bitcoiners, and said, how can we open source and decentralize AI? And you need a few things. Every AI needs compute. It needs the inference, right? Somebody has to run the GPU and host the model. And the Morpheus paper said, it's not good enough that you can run it on your own hardware. Most people in the world don't have a GPU. They're not going to be able to run the powerful models. We have to create a decentralized network where people can host these models and the average person can just access them from their phone or from their laptop. And so every person will have freedom of intelligence. And this really inspired me and Eric Voorhees and many of the early Bitcoiners to spend our last 2 years on this project. And so Morpheus has come from this idea. Now it's been implemented. Anybody can use the models. And fortunately, the open source models have quickly caught up with the state-of-the-art proprietary models. If you've heard of Llama, quick show of hands, or DeepSeek, or any of these open source models, these are now on par with like a ChatGPT 4. They really reached the state of the art. So there's no big gap anymore between what you can run on open source and what the proprietary companies can provide. And I want to dispel this myth. People often tell me, oh, the AI companies are so far ahead. You know, they have all the GPUs, they have all the power, there's no way we can compete. I want to tell you that is utter nonsense. Give you one data point. Before Ethereum switched from proof of work to proof of stake, the GPUs mining them were 50 times as many as trained ChatGPT-4. It turns out if you have a crypto incentive and you offer people rewards, lots of compute will show up. And so we have proof from crypto. Bitcoin is by far the largest compute network in the world and is securing the network against any bad actors. We can do the same for AI. And so this project has evolved from first providing the compute, and now the effort has really shifted. It's gone beyond the models. Who's familiar with AI agents? Is anybody here using an AI agent today, maybe on ChatGPT or something like that? The key here is what Morpheus allows you to do is connect your agent to your wallet. So we can do things that their agents can't do. It can take action on your behalf. It can send a payment. It can pay for something. It can pay another agent, right? And so Web3 gives us the ability for AI, not just to give you information, but to take action on your behalf, right? And I think that's the powerful message here is these agents can be an incredible liberating force if we own them. If they're aligned to our values, our outcomes, they understand our preferences, and are connected economically to our resources. This is how we push the benefit of AI to the edge of the network. Not to some big company or government, but to everybody who has access to this intelligence and can articulate what they want to accomplish. And I don't think people appreciate how critical this is. The first version of the internet ran on websites. All of that was reinvented when apps came out. Everything got wrapped as an app, now it's on your phone. The same thing is happening right now. We are reinventing the internet for a third time, and all of those apps are turning into agents. Every company in the world is rushing and running to convert their interface into this new agentic form. So we need some native crypto projects that will let us power this new internet of agents and all the universe of possibilities that opens, but let the individual be in control. And so that's what gets me so excited, is we have this window of opportunity where if we embrace this technology, we build the network effects, and we're able to sort of push this out to everybody, right? I like to explain this as a freedom maximalist. I want to push freedom tech as far up the stack as we can, right? Bitcoin is an incredible foundation, right, as freedom money, but we also need smart contracts. We also need smart agents so that we can serve the end user. It's not good enough to have a freedom protocol if the final layer is provided by some centralized company that is beholden to their local state. We need to get all the way to the user into the interface where you can serve people. And there's been great strides. Who's heard of Venice AI in the audience? Maybe about half of the people. This is a great example. It's one of the projects built on Morpheus by Eric Voorhees. They've already reached 1 million users. And the average user just found it as a free chat app. They don't know it uses crypto. They don't understand the GPUs are decentralized. They don't know it's open source. They probably know it's private, but they're getting all of those benefits in a beautiful user interface that the average person can just use with no technical barriers, no limitations. And so I gave a talk at Consensus earlier this year, and this is the big argument I made, is we have to move from the protocol layer to the light client layer. How many Bitcoin nodes are there in the world? Do you know, for example, how many are running today? I think it's about 20,000. Anybody can run a node, but very few people want to run their own hardware, right? It's a pain. You have to have a powerful computer. You have to keep it online. You have to upgrade it. But 200 million people get the benefit of Bitcoin largely through the wallets. That's how most people experience Bitcoin, is not by running a full node, but by having a wallet and controlling their key. We need to do the same for AI. It's not good enough to just build the protocol, we have to build the application layer. So that these people who aren't focused on privacy can benefit because we're focused on privacy, but also because it's free. Free as in freedom, but also free as in free beer, right? And this is why open source tends to win over time. Why is Linux 95% of all servers in the world? It's because it's free. You didn't have to pay a license fee to Microsoft every time you wanted to spin up a new computer. Why is Android 80% of all the world's phone? The average person owns a $150 Android phone. If they had to pay a license for the operating system, it would be more than the cost of the phone itself. And so, of course, open source is also one in a phone context. And I would propose to you, this is how we win in the AI context. Most people in the world don't have $1,000 a year to pay Microsoft or ChatGPT or somebody else. They want to use something for free. But we want to avoid falling into the traps of Web 2, which are very predatory. People were giving away their data. They didn't know the value it had. And so we want to offer it for free, where they're part of these networks, and you could build real value together without effectively being the victim of all these Web 2 companies. So, if you're passionate about this, I'd love to talk with you more about how you can get involved. If you're a developer, there's a free API on more.org. Just go to openbeta.more.org, and you can be using this today. This is not theory, this is all live. And people are building it into hundreds of applications as we speak. So I want to leave a few minutes for questions, but this is something I'm really excited about. It honestly is the first thing since Bitcoin in the early days that has gotten me so passionate, because I think we're at this critical juncture, and I hope freedom of intelligence is something that you're excited about as well. Thank you. So I think we have a minute or two for questions. We have a microphone available. Who has the first one? Right here.
Hi, thank you. So we are actually building automatizations and agents for some departments here at school, like strategic alliances. So how can we collaborate with these kind of tools in the UL?
Well, fortunately, this works exactly the same as the OpenAI standard. So as a developer, you don't have to change any of your code. You can literally just switch out the API key and start using these open source models. And that's what I wanted to say also about the university, is this is an opportunity. These technologies cost so much less than the proprietary versions. It's a huge opportunity for those that are building AI tools or running courses or want to create their own agent, right? Just answering questions for students, right? To have an agent that's dedicated with all the knowledge of your university, that scales to hundreds or thousands of people. And so, yeah, I'd love to collaborate on that and find ways to connect this technology and just give the practical utility to the community. You rock. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. So are you like running servers and paying the electricity cost to run those for the compute on, let's say I want to replace my ChatGPT API with the Morpheus API. How is it cheaper then?
That's a great question. You can think Morpheus as an inference marketplace. Morpheus is not running any GPUs. It's more like a router. It takes your request and routes it to a GPU host. So there are different networks. Maybe you've heard of Venice is actually one of the inference providers, but there's also Akash, SETI, Hyperbolic, Secret Network. There's a number of groups that will run the GPUs all over the world, and let's say they're hosting Llama 3.3. The router on Morpheus just allows you to open a session with them and say, hey, the protocol will pay you this much per hour, and so it's time-based for access to this API and open up that session. But if you're not interested in downloading a node and understanding how the back end works, I'd encourage you to check out the API gateway, because that abstracts it one layer where you can just get a key from the gateway and they'll handle all the routing sessions and all the complexity in the back end. You just say which model you want, here's the key, go crazy. And right now it's all in beta, it's all for free. And as it scales, I really love the tokenomic model. You can stake the more token for access to the inference. And think about why this is important. You want your application to always run, to never turn off. And so instead of paying every day or having a credit card on file, I can use staking to effectively make the agent immortal, right? It'll be online a year from now, 10 years from now, 100 years from now, because the tokens are automatically paying for the inference. And so that marketplace is, I think, a really good approach. You look at the H100s on Akash, they're about $2 an hour. Compared to that, what I would pay on Google Cloud or Azure, it's like $10, $12 an hour if I can even get an H100, right? So for those not familiar, there's a big supply crunch for access to GPUs. All the companies are competing for access to the GPUs. But the reason it's cheaper is lots of people have the GPUs, but they're not fully utilized. Maybe they're running it 70% of the time. That's average for a data center. What do you do the other 30% of the time? You can put it on a marketplace like this. But great question.
Okay, but I think we have 14 seconds left.
Perfect.
We're going to set up for our next for your panel. So please stay here, David, while they put the chairs up and we invite our guests. I wanted to let you know that actually, thanks in part to the initiative of our dean Jorge Diaz Cuervo, that there is a specific Bitcoin course that is already being offered to students here at Universidad La Libertad.
Wonderful.
And that's pretty cool, no?
Yeah, that's amazing. I think
maybe you could come down.
Yeah.
Irma, ya que pongan las sillas.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I'm glad that you're teaching all these undergrads about the technology.
Not getting any help. No, we'd love for you to come down and give a couple of lectures here.
I appreciate it.
I believe we started last week. Of course, last week was the inauguration of the third year of Universidad La Libertad on the 4th of September. Aplauso. Woo!
Yeah, it's amazing to see in person.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your remarks and your insights. David, if you could please take a seat. I'd like to invite Chris Kinnan from Atlas Network, who will be moderating the next session. We have a spectacular panel here. Christine Peterson from Foresight Institute. It's wonderful to have Christine here with us. We hope to do lots more work with Foresight into the future. And Garrett Edwards, who was at Liberty Forum and Freedom Dinner 2024, and he's here with us today from Argentina. So, Chris, take it away.
All right. Can you guys hear me? All right, now we're on. Okay, we're cooking. Hey, I'm Chris Kinnan with Atlas Network, and I am just delighted to be moderating the panel today with our guests. David, that was a terrific kind of introduction to the latest in decentralized AI, which is the topic, is along with can we make these technologies censorship-proof? And so I'm going to go ahead and turn over to the panel to just introduce themselves, explain a little bit about the work that they're doing, and then we'll kick it off with some questions. Christine, would you like to start?
Yes, hi. Is this on? Is this working? It's now working. Okay, great. Hi, I am co-founder and senior fellow at Foresight Institute. We're based in the San Francisco Bay Area, but we operate internationally and work in areas from AI to longevity science. We have a freedom orientation, so we try to move all of our science and technology toward freedom applications. And we take a very bottom-up approach, which I think is fundamental to the whole philosophy of everything we're doing here. And I'll turn it over.
Wonderful. I got to speak at the Foresight event in San Juan. It was wonderful. David Johnston obviously just spoke, but I've spent about half my time on the engineering side and about half my time on the capital and economic side. I like to joke I spend 40 hours a week explaining to engineers what the business people want to achieve and explaining to the business people what's actually engineeringly possible to create. And so I normally end up in these architecture roles where I'm trying to bridge the gap between the two groups. But Morpheus is obviously all open source. I've worked my way up to number 2 on GitHub out of the 300 code contributors. So I'm pretty deep in the weeds.
Thank you, Chris. I'm really excited to be here at the Universidad de Libertad. Thank you, Atlas, as well. I'm Garrett Edwards. I'm Director of Legal Research at Fundación Libertad in Argentina, this country that has been making the rounds for the last couple of years when it comes to discussions on liberty. We'll see how that goes with AI. I did my PhD in Italy, my master's in London, all related to comparative private law, AI, and IP law, so I'm really excited to be part of this discussion.
That's terrific. Thank you all. We're living through today the most rapid adoption of technology in human history. When ChatGPT was launched in November 2022, it had 1 million users in 5 days. This summer, it's up to 800 million users every week. McKinsey, the consulting firm, estimates that generative AI is going to generate 4.4 trillion in additional economic growth every year. So this is an enormous lift to human flourishing, to productivity. This isn't just software. This is new technology that really does have a form of reasoning. It can create, and as David said, in an agentic form, it can make decisions for us. It's already changing how we live, work, and play. And we know from history that these kinds of technological advances will also transform society as well. So it's an enormous moment we're in for the liberty movement as a whole. Peter Thiel actually observed once, crypto is libertarian, AI is communist. That's a pretty good summation of things where crypto is open source fundamentally, and you can fork it, you can create your own, it's open by design, whereas overall today AI has been dominated by the large tech giants, and they dominate not just the model creation and the data, but also they control a majority of the compute power. Peter Thiel made that comment in 2018, and as David showed, a lot's changed since then. There is another path, which is this decentralized approach to AI using open source models. These run on distributed infrastructure, as David said. And even most exciting is when you blend that with crypto like Morpheus does. The other thing that has happened though since 2018 is state involvement has expanded. The idea of sovereign AI is becoming more important around the world as countries look at AI, how can they control it? How can they limit its scope to national boundaries and traditional sense of nationhood? And so that's another big aspect that's emergent at the moment. And so, as we think about these different approaches, I could say, obviously the stakes, as David laid out, is controlling intelligence, it's controlling economic opportunity in an AI-dominated world. And who's going to control that? And we could frame this as there's this corporate control, centralized corporate control that's the dominant form now. There's obviously increased government control is another model, and then the decentralized AI model. So I'll turn to the panelists. Is that framing fair? And which one do you see emerging as the dominant one in the next 5 years?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily draw the distinction between corporate and non-corporate. There are some wonderful companies out there. We just heard about Brave. That is a for-profit corporation. And basically what they're selling is privacy. It's a wonderful product. It's a fantastic company. So we're not necessarily against corporations per se. You always have to look at, well, who's the customer here? And hopefully you've all heard the saying that if you're not paying money for a service, the odds are pretty good, unless it's open source, you're the product. In other words, they are selling your keystrokes. They're selling your information. They're selling your attention to advertisers. Maybe that's a trade-off you're okay on in certain circumstances. That's up to you. But the way I think about it is, as we go into the future, there's an algorithm layer throughout society now. And if you don't want to be controlled by the algorithm, if you don't want to be underneath the algorithm, first you have to become aware of that there is an algorithm. And second, you have to make a personal decision. Do I care about this particular situation? Maybe I don't. But if I do, who's running that algorithm? What are they selling? Are they like Brave? Are they selling privacy to me and I'm thrilled about it? Or are they selling my data to who knows who? So the goal is to ride on top of the algorithm And whenever you're using open source software, you're riding on top of the algorithm. The algorithm is serving you. You're the boss.
That's really well said, and I would agree. And maybe a better framing is Web 2 versus Web 3. And so many of the centralized companies simply can't touch Web 3. The last 10 years, there's been all these regulatory restrictions. I mean, it's 2025, and Google still doesn't have a web wallet. Why? Because that would make them a financial intermediary. That would make them apply KYC and AML and all these expensive regulations they don't want to pay for. And so it's 2025 and they still don't have a Web3 payment rail. And so when I talk about AI, the Web3 is a lot more interesting to me because we can natively do the payments. And like I said, we can do actions. I don't need for my AI the list of 10 things I should do. I want my agent to go do those 10 things. And so most of the corporates are limited by the nature of their structure. And so as long as that is true, we have an enormous advantage and a window of opportunity to natively onboard people instead into the Web3 infrastructure.
Well, to begin with, I love the name of the conference because it has the word radical. Radical can mean many things according to how we use it. It can mean something unusual, not traditional, but it also means going to the roots. It means going to the origins. And in that sense, I feel that with the AI question, we are actually missing, or some of the people that are discussing the issue, not us, are missing the part of trying to go to the origins. Plato famously said that all knowledge is nothing but remembrance. So all novelty is nothing but oblivion. It seems that we are forgetting that these kind of questions, these kind of discussions, are the ones that we had with other technologies in the past. It's the same questions, the same human rights and fundamental questions that we seem to be missing because even though my background is IP law has been given the task of trying to answer some of the biggest questions of our time, but it's actually not well, it doesn't have the toolkit, the necessary toolkit to do so. It's only one branch of law being asked to give a solution to a problem that needs to be discussed, going back to the roots, asking ourselves, how do we want to deal with our information? How do we want to deal with our privacy? How do we want to deal with knowledge? Because it also ties back to Hayek's fundamental knowledge problem. The real risk with AI from governments and from sovereign entities is that they think that, wow, finally we have all the information at our disposal, everything that we could know about people, about what they do, about what they think, about how they move, about what they decide to do. So now we can really completely and fully decide on their lives, and that's a real danger.
That's really interesting. I guess I would clarify our framing then to say there's a closed corporate model, which would be, you're calling OpenAI and they control the entire stack, versus open source, which obviously has this potential for-profit ecosystem around it, which has been very successful in earlier iterations of technology. And then still this government effort, like you see in like Saudi Arabia, where they want to build their own sort of national AI that'll serve. As you said, there are excellent open source models, so that kind of fundamental package that is used as the core data set for AI to run inferences against. But this summer, China has really emerged as probably certainly most assertive and a number of new models that are competitive with and it's kind of ironic that an authoritarian regime would produce some of the most dramatic open source models. At the same time, Facebook, which is behind Llama, has signaled they're going to dial back. So I'm just kind of interested in thoughts on like authoritarian government producing the most open source energy right now, and kind of where that's going.
First, we should distinguish between open source AI and open weight AI, which perhaps some of the more technical folks here could help with. But I believe the models coming out of China are open weight. Is that correct? Yes. So they're not fully open source. So it's unfortunate that that China is going to be using these for what they do with technology, which is political control of the population. And if you want to be motivated over here, say, well, is that what we want over here? It's not, right? I know many of us here are not computer programmers and may have been struggling through some of the content here, but I just want to point out that what you are hearing, even if you can't understand what some of these technical folks are saying, these are today's freedom fighters, okay? Next week here in Mexico is Independence Day. In those days, you fought for freedom with guns. We're more fortunate. Now we do it with computer programs. And so it doesn't matter whether you can understand all the technical details. These are your freedom fighters, and there are ways you can help. You can use their software if you're able to do that, and most of us can. We can take a first step and start to use the software. Some of us can do other things. We can convince our friends. Some people have actual resources. You can often donate or invest in these organizations. You can further this. You don't have to program. They'll do it. All they need are resources. So I would say whether it's Naomi Brockwell's Ludlow Institute, David's organization, Brave, whoever you're most inspired by, use their tools, and either you can donate to Ludlow or you can pay Brave, you can participate with David. Support your freedom fighters.
Thank you. So the thing I would say on the open source and sort of the interesting aspects of it coming out of China is it's the only thing that could have come out of China. They have banned ChatGPT in China. So if you're Chinese, you have no access to Western models, right? And so the fact that they released even just the weights is a way for them to access that market without being constrained by some of the Chinese limitations. And it's the same for Bitcoin. China is the second largest country to use Bitcoin right behind India. And it's because of the government restrictions that so many people find the utility, right? And so when folks don't understand the need for new technology, sometimes it's not for them. Crypto is 80% adopted in the developing world. Top countries are India, China, Indonesia, Brazil, Nigeria. There's not a European country on the top 10 because they have 5 ways to pay for things and invest for things. But for a guy in Nigeria, it's a game changer, right? And so it's going to be the same with AI. We are so privileged to have 5 different options for which AI you want to use. But for 4 or 5 billion people, either because of economics, they simply can't afford the proprietary version, or because of restrictive governments, they have no other option. And so where we focus our efforts, I think, ought to be on the group that has the largest impact on, that takes them from 0 to 1, the way crypto did for the developing world.
We're witnessing a really interesting race. I mean, whenever I use this example, I feel older and older. Does anybody here remember the wacky races, los autos locos? Okay, some people do. So this is the wacky races. I mean, we are getting all these different jurisdictions, all these different countries racing at the same time. We don't know who's going to win. We don't know who's going to be imposing their regulation on others. They don't seem to be good racers, any of them. I mean, they all have their own defects and their own virtues, however you want to analyze them. But what we can already see is that at least the European Union decided to take themselves out of the race with the AI Act, which actually ended up being DOA. They decided to have a regulation that, to me, is akin to what the United States do with American citizens when it comes to financial services and FATCA and regulations that make it harder for Americans to actually relate to other countries and other jurisdictions. The EU decided to do that with European citizens the same way that they did that with the GDPR, the General Data Privacy Regulation, Protection Regulation, which they used to actually try to control the internet. I mean, they said, we are going to protect you. They were not going to protect us. They were just trying to get a hold of the most important thing that they could get a hold of, which was our data. So on that front, I feel that the 2 most important racers are, and this is not inventing or discovering dynamite, it's the United States and it's China. And we are seeing that right now. and we just have to cross our fingers that the one who actually ends up crossing the finish line is the best one of those two.
That's really interesting, Garrett. So I want to get a little deeper on that from your perspective of being outside, being from Latin America, and kind of looking at these, this race between the large, China and the U.S. What is that perspective coming from, Argentina or Latin America about, what kind of, what outcome are they seeking?
Well, I mean, President Javier Milei, back in Argentina, has said many times in public that he'd like Argentina to become an important AI focus center, right? Whether he actually manages to do so, whether he actually gets companies to develop there and invest there, that's still a question that's open. But what I feel that Latin America has as a benefit when it comes to this discussion, even though it's getting later than the others to the race, is that it doesn't have all that legislation and all those organizations, bureaucratic organizations, international organizations, down their throats, actually pushing some kind of regulation. So it would be like a live sandbox where you could play with a lot of things should they decide to go that way, right?
Interesting. Okay, so we've kind of set the stage here. There's this great scramble to control AI. It's state actors, it's corporate actors, it's freedom fighters. Christine, do you think it's more important, what the next step? So we talked about some technology. Is it technological advances, or is there something in the policy realm that's needed to really advance decentralized AI?
Great question. I mean, I'm still celebrating the changes that have happened in the United States over the past few months, really. Up until the current administration, new AI startups were highly restricted, if not denied entirely. So it's been such a shock to have it change so quickly. I'm still happy about that. So in terms of additional changes that are needed in the US, I'm not sure. What do you think, David?
I think we have an open field right now, and it's pretty incredible. It's been a shocking 180-degree shift from the last regime, where they were literally saying it was going to be a felony and that you needed a license, and they were going to KYC data centers and all these crazy restrictions, to just clearing the board. They just rescinded the executive order, and the next day, build anything you want. OpenAI is going to, open source is going to win, and that's how America wins.
We could still use some improvements on the crypto side.
Yeah, though even there, the Genius Act, sort of clarifying stable coins and stop shutting down the bank accounts of all the crypto people, that's a nice improvement, right? So yeah, we've had a lot of wins, and so I think it goes more to the practical push for adoption and to get this out to as many people as possible as quickly as possible, so that you win that network effect, right, for the open source version instead of the closed source version. But again, I think we have the fundamentals on our side because the cost is so much lower. We're not rent seeking and trying to extract the value of a license fee. We can always offer the cheapest inference and the cheapest models and the cheapest agents. And what is needed is what you said, which is a groundswell of community effort to get it out to people, to build the beautiful applications, to make it accessible in as many languages as possible. You know where Venice took off? Their first 1 million users? It was in Brazil. People said, hey, there's a free version of ChatGPT. It's called Venice. Overnight, 500,000 Brazilians showed up, and they immediately started serving the models and everything in the local language, right? And so, like we saw with crypto, it's in the developing world, it's in Latin America that these things to take off. Where did WhatsApp take off? It was in Latin America long before it got to the United States or anywhere else, because it was so compelling to have something for free that they used to pay for. And so I think we've got the wind at our back. We just have to capture the moment and keep pushing.
Yeah, what I'm actually worried about is decision makers, whether they understand what the AI is and how it works. I mean, if you see only in the States, there are at least 50 ongoing lawsuits. Some of them are going to be settled outside of court. We'll have to see what happens with those. But we'll get judges deciding on technologies that they don't understand and that they don't use. I mean, we have gotten judges deciding on economic issues that they don't understand and having negative effects. So I think that we should also focus on that kind of developments, especially in the States being a part of a common law system, right?
But I want to point out that's actually in our favor. The amount of public information, the internet is large, but it is dwarfed by private information. Think about yourself. How many photos have you posted to X? Maybe a few hundred over the years, but you might have 100,000 photos that I've saved for the last 20 years. You know, that private information dwarfs what's available publicly. So we have the advantage. If we have control of the data,
definitely,
then we get the benefits. Instead of like Web 2, where they took all the data, we didn't know it had any value, and we didn't have any way to get paid. Now we have a way to get paid.
I agree.
That's really interesting, and let's pivot a little deeper into privacy. I think it's interesting. You know, I've heard a couple different speakers today talk about privacy is what you choose to reveal to the world, but AI kind of introduces another layer to that, right? Like these models can create intuitions about you that or information about you you might not even understand because they have such a depth of information. And is the current like privacy legal framework and notion of privacy the right one to advance in an AI world?
Well, I think encryption is our key. And if we have end-to-end encryption, we can make that choice. And a business could incentivize me to reveal some information. I might be happy to share whether I eat tacos on Tuesday. Like, maybe I don't care about that. But if I'm getting the economic benefit, not somebody selling to advertisers, that's a big shift in the economics. Because I don't think people appreciate how valuable their data is. If you make $50,000 a year, and your discretionary income, let's say, is $10,000, $15,000 a year, your data is worth $10,000 a year per person. Google's a $3 trillion company for a reason. They are handing you a software product that they probably spent $10, $20 a year on, maybe $100 a year to give you Gmail and search and these other things for free, and they are getting 90% of that value, right? They're getting a 10x on what they spent to give you that product when they sell that. Because every purchase you make, it's an auction to those advertisers. And they spend half their money just marketing to you, right? So imagine instead that I have an AI agent, I'm gaining some of that value. What if I'm getting paid $5,000 a year for my data? Many people might decide to do that, but it should be their choice. And if we give them those permissions, all of a sudden they're in the driver's seat.
I mean, we could get into the legal aspects of all of it, but I think it's mostly a technological answer that we need because, I mean, protecting your own physical post is as old as almost every constitution. The law knows what is right and what is wrong on that front. So it's a technological answer that we need, not a legal one. Okay.
Is it also a cultural one? Like there were some references earlier to the Cypherpunk Manifesto and kind of the ethos of the early internet. You know, and a lot of that still carries. It's amazingly sort of consistent along encryption and things.
A funny historical note, Morpheus launched on the anniversary of the Crypto Manifesto. So yes, it is deep in the roots of the community.
Yeah, so is there any updating or corollary or something additional that's needed in a world where we're talking about intelligence now and we're talking about something that's I think unknown where we're going, right? Like this is the beginning stage of something where agents are learning and interacting and where we're turning over a lot of that experience, you know, to another system. Is the traditional crypto ethos enough, or is there something else?
I think that's the heart of it, right? It's about self-sovereignty. It's about open source. It's about having transparent public infrastructure, right? I think that's the core. That's the heart of this. That's why you've seen so many people working on this. They're the early Bitcoiners. Like, it's the same guys that built the projects in 2010, 2012, 2013. They've come back because this is their mission, is to increase human freedom. You know, the number of go up people showed up much later. Like, the early community was something like 40% anarcho-capitalist. And considering we're 0.1% of the general population, that's an amazing thing. But it was a good filter for people that held those values and ethics and were motivated by that mission. So yeah, I think we've got the right footing. We need to translate it into the words of today, right? And we need to give people practical examples. So the one I like to use is why do you have a personal phone? It didn't start that way, right? That you had call in, and you had a person routing the numbers and everything. But eventually, everybody wanted to own their contacts, their memories, their calls, their photos. It all got wrapped together. And so 5.5 billion people now have a smartphone. And they take it for granted that they have a personal device. I think we need to push the same narrative. You deserve a personal AI for the same reason you have a personal phone or a personal computer. And it'll be just as impactful, because you want to take your AI across all your apps. Like, ChatGPT doesn't talk to Grok. Grok doesn't talk to Gmail. Like, these are all silos. Does anybody remember AOL from back in the 90s, right? About half the people. I'm showing my age here, right? AOL was a silo. AOL was permissioned. It was a walled garden. And what won? It wasn't AOL. It was the free and open internet, because that was much more powerful. Even though they had billions of dollars and all the money and people thought AOL will rule forever, nope. People barely remember who they are, right? The kids have never heard of AOL. We remember the discs, right? So let's have that same moment.
Even in Argentina, you'd get those CDs.
Yeah. And so, that's, I think, we have to translate it for the moment now. Is the same reason you have a personal phone, you should have a personal AI, so you can take it everywhere you go. You shouldn't have your AI controlled by which company you're working at or where you're living or anything else. You should be able to take it with you everywhere you go.
So I agree, although you could also look back and say, look, like the web was more decentralized, and it's gotten less decentralized, more centralized around social media in particular, and even the innovation around AI. Are there any lessons that we could take from that transition to more centralization from like mid-2000s for what's coming with AI? Are there mistakes that the movement made, or are there lessons we could take that could help us in the next fight?
One reason that the commercial social media companies do so well is they make things super, super easy, right? If we could make our open source and our peer-to-peer software as easy as Facebook, I think people would be perfectly happy to use it. That's a heavy lift. I'm not sure we have, probably many of us who are not programmers don't realize how hard it is to make things that easy. It's super hard. But we have our freedom fighters, and they're trying hard, so let's support them.
It reminds me of a survey I saw of Facebook users. 50% of them were unaware it used the internet to provide the service. But they have 4 billion users, and most people don't know how the internet works, and that's okay, but they're still getting the value. And I agree with you, that is the challenge. But we're getting there. We now have interfaces that are just easy to use as Web 2, but it's only been the last 6-12 months where that's been true. The other thing I would point out is the internet had a missing piece. Does anybody know 402? You've probably seen 404 when the website's broken and it doesn't work.
Is that the money one?
Money one.
I've missed that for decades here.
So they reserved a number, 402. We're going to do internet payments with protocol 402. But nobody could figure it out. And so it's just been laying there for decades. And you had to go through PayPal or some intermediary. There was no way to just send money over the internet. So finally, I'm happy to say, Coinbase, to their credit, has resurrected 402. And you can now send a native internet payment with a web link. And it settles on-chain with stablecoins. So we're finally getting one of the missing pieces. Well, I couldn't pay for something on the internet, so it all got centralized around these big companies that handled that abstraction.
Is this going to enable micropayments?
100%.
Like under a penny?
Payments on Base are effectively free, and they're typically sub 1 penny.
So is this going to make it so that if I publish something on the internet, a web page, I can charge a tiny bit of money?
Yeah.
Finally, we've been waiting decades
I know.
for this.
I know. It was sitting there. It was reserved this whole time. We finally have it.
Well,
200 milliseconds and under a penny.
This is going to be great for creators because now it sounds like, I mean, maybe Coinbase will take a cut, right, for this? Or
They've open sourced it all and provided it on their layer 2 on Ethereum. So it's open to everybody. People are including it now in their apps. It's just the last few months.
Because right now, if you put up just a web page, it's really hard to get somebody to pay you anything for it. But if you can make it automatic so they send you even a penny, just a penny, right? That adds up over time.
That's huge.
This is wonderful news.
I know, because this is what we got sucked into. Instead of the pay-as-you-go model, we got sucked into the SaaS model, software as a service. And I have to sign up for everything and pay 20 bucks a month for whatever I want to read. But for many people, that's too big a barrier. They don't want to pay, right? And so they all got pushed into these free systems where their data is taken from them. So we finally have an alternative, and that's all being built on blockchain.
This is going to be a huge push for decentralization. How come I didn't hear about this before?
It's just come out very, very recently. We're talking the last few months. And a lot of the tools only the last few weeks have really matured, and now we're seeing the volumes really crank up. But it's a great credit to what their vision is.
I'm amazed that Coinbase was the one who stepped up, but go Coinbase.
Go Coinbase.
It's why we come to Innovation Summit, to learn the latest thinking, and yeah.
Well, and to your point, there are some good companies that contribute back to the open source community, and I give respect to Brian for the fact that he's doing that.
Garrett, did you want to jump
Yeah,
on this?
about where we're going, I'm worried about something that Naomi mentioned yesterday, which has to do with internet control in Europe. Because I'm going to say it in Spanish because it's how they call it in Spain, el pasaporte. So those who understand Spanish know. Spain wanted to follow what the UK tried to do at some point, which was age verification. So at the same time, we have all these technological developments that are great and that are decentralized and that would be awesome to have them fully deployed, and they are trying to control the internet. Again, the same discussion that we have with cyber libertarianism when everything started way back when.
Well, this is why a VPN is your friend, right? Who's familiar with the virtual private network, a VPN? About most of the people in the audience, but there's one built into Brave. And so if you're suffering in one of those jurisdictions, you can click a button, and all of a sudden you're in Argentina.
Yeah.
And you're somewhere else. And most people use that for practical things, like I want to watch...
Servers in Argentina are a little bit slow. I wouldn't choose those.
A lot of people use this for something practical, like they want to watch Netflix, but it's not available in their country, so all of a sudden they teleport themselves to another country. But every friend in China I had was very familiar with a VPN, and so we have the tools.
And
yeah.
everybody at Atlas Network should be too, or I'm not doing my job. So I wanted to react to your comment on software as a service. So this has been the dominant business model where you sign up for things, and there's different websites that do everything, right? Website for CRM, website for email marketing, so on. And one of the speculations on AI is that it's going to do away with those, that the cost of software development is collapsing. So that's a positive trend. The other, on the UI perspective, is that you're only going to have one UI, which is going to be your agent, your primary agent that's going to go out into the world and kind of deal with other agents. So that may also help support the UI problem for developers. There's really only one place that we need to get it right.
Yeah, this is a technical problem we've been working on. It's usually referred to as a coordinator or an orchestration agent. And the idea is you can just express intent to your agent, and it understands what you're trying to achieve, and it can go and connect to another agent that does exactly that. So I was asking my agent, this is already live, I was asking my agent for date night suggestions for me and my wife. And I asked about the best places in Austin, Texas. Well, okay, great. It knows what I want to do. It grabbed the agent from Google Maps, pulled the location data, gave me all the addresses of the local restaurants that were top recommendations. And so having all these individual agents, again, agents are becoming the new wrapper for all of these apps, for all of these websites. Yeah, all I need to do is express intent, and it can connect. Right now, there's about 8,000 agents globally, but that's exploding. There'll be 100,000 by the end of the year. There'll be millions by next year. There'll be an agent for everything, the way there was an app for everything. But I go back to the key is I want my agent to understand what I'm trying to achieve with my principles and my goals. And like you said, it'll have access to a lot of my information, and that's okay if I hold the key. That actually makes my agent more powerful and more useful.
In that, in that context, being decentralized and having local control over there's kind of like 4 different places in the stack where your data is being used, and from inference to the user interface to your history and your memories, that's easily controlled with Morpheus, but there's still censorship around the model, and obviously open source solves some of that, but the models also need to evolve, right? Like ChatGPT when it first came out famously didn't know about the Ukraine war and things like that. So the models have to learn and have to be educated. How do you manage and make model development censorship resistant?
Well, it's worth mentioning.
I liked it that people were looking at the lawyer to solve it.
It is worth mentioning that there's a Latin American model coming out called LATAM GPT, which is a full open source model. I think a large number of Latin American countries are participating. The hardware itself is running in Chile, but, and I should also mention that the Latin American countries have very generously invited Spain to join in, which I think was very broad-minded of you guys. Lots of documents are being fed in the native languages, including even in the indigenous languages, which is super ambitious of them and wonderful. So this is another partial answer, which is, you can have your own model, you can have your regional model that will reflect your interests so that it isn't biased in favor of either the US or China. It is Latin American focused. So that's another partial answer.
Yeah, 100%. As soon as a new model comes out, people create their own flavor. So one funny example is when DeepSeek came out, Anthropic released DeepSeek 1776. As the US version, they went through and took out all the CCP stuff and made it an American version of the same model. So this is called fine-tuning, right? You can take an open model and you can fine-tune it. You can remove bias. You can make it less censored. So Noose and Venice and many others have spent great amount of time creating these uncensored models.
But it was so fun toying with DeepSeek the very first few days because you'd ask the improper questions and it would try to answer and then it would censor it.
Nothing happened that year. Don't ask about that year. Don't type that number. Why would you ask that question? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's a bit entertaining, but we can remove that censorship. And to your point about the tech stack, the models are important, but it's the agents on top of them that really give them capability. And now the third layer is the tools. So you said it's limited by its own training data, but if I give it a web tool, if I give it a server or something else, it can go and get real-time information. So give you guys a good mental model. You all have a computer, it all has an operating system, right? The models are like the operating system. They're the general infrastructure. But the agents are like the apps. You don't just have a phone, you have 100 apps on it that do some very specific thing. Right? It's just my app for Southwest. It's just my app for Chase Bank, right? And so we're seeing the same technology evolve here.
What I can tell you is that legislation is not going to solve it. I mean, it's going to be always after the fact. It's a truism explaining that, but it shows even more with these kind of issues and with these kinds of topics. Because when something can be explained, it's already old. So the important questions with AI are the ones that still have no answer, the ones that we can explain, the ones that could go in a regulation or go in some kind of legislation. That's already old history, ancient history. For example, you can try and check almost all the projects, build projects and legislation that has been passed. AI must be ethic. Well, what does that mean? I mean, one can write a PowerPoint slide and put that on. And that's the way that they are regulating and legislating, so it's not going to work on that front.
Well, I loved your point about the early internet. You guys know that some countries in the early days of the internet required a license to develop a website. Yeah, no websites got built in those countries. All the websites, not by accident, because it's the only thing that could happen, were built in the countries where it was permissionless. So you can try to regulate, but the only thing you'll accomplish is to remove the benefit from your local citizens, and it'll be only people in free jurisdictions that create the technology. So we're seeing the same thing. It's the same thing over and over.
The fact that legislation is always too late makes it even more important that whoever develops the technology has to have a freedom orientation. And the people who developed the original internet did have that orientation. They made it very hard to censor the internet effectively. There's an old saying that the internet routes around censorship. So we were lucky that it just happened to be that those folks were very freedom-oriented, although software people kind of lean in that direction, I think, often, especially in the early days. But we can try to make sure that happens in every time. That we were lucky the first time. Now we're a couple layers through. We just have to keep funding those freedom-oriented projects. And I think this summit has done a great job of trying to identify, all right, what are some key projects that fit the definition that we can support wholeheartedly. So if they're here to speak, you can feel comfortable. These are the right ones.
And that's a great point. We're actually running out of time, and I was going to ask as a final question, and I don't know if we'll have a minute to get audience questions, but sort of what is the next thing that the audience should do as think tank policy folks and students, and obviously supporting the groups that are doing some of this work. The optimism that comes out of this is exciting. You know, we are, from an agentic AI standpoint, we're early for that model, and there's a solution. There's solutions in place. But what else could they do? Obviously, download Morpheus.
Well, that's it. You know, you want to be, for your family and friends, the door into this new world. The people that learned about Bitcoin in 2012 and 2013 and took the time to explain it to their friends and family, they had an enormous impact. It took me about a year, but I convinced my own parents that Bitcoin was a real thing, and they went from working paycheck to being able to retire. And that's something they dreamed of for decades. And so this has a huge impact on people's life. And so don't underestimate your power to speak that into the lives of the people around you, because this isn't a small change. This is a really big change. By my calculations, the hours of brain power are already majority AI versus human. And so if you know how to use these tools, you're going to get an incredible multiplier on your efforts and your work in the next few years. And the value will flow to the people that put in the effort to learn about it.
Learn about these tools, use them. Typewriters are nice, word processors are even nicer. The future's already here, and it's been here for a while, so we might as well make use of it.
That's
great. And just to conclude, so most of us start out as consumers. We are being milked for our data by companies and governments. Then on our journey toward the kind of world that David's pointing at, we become explorers. We say, hang on, I don't need to just be limited to these corporate tools. There's a lot of cool tools out there. I can decide what I use and where I get my information. I can route around the censorship. And then if we keep going, you can end up as a builder, as a funder, as somebody who spreads the information, who may someday be regarded as a hero to your friends, saying, gee, he or she figured this out long before any other people did, but and taught me how to do this, thank goodness. So, and it's a community, right? It's not like we're all alone, balkanized, atomized, trying to figure this stuff out. You can see now there's a very strong community, a freedom-oriented community that you can be part of. So I'd encourage you to come to future summits. There's lots of other great meetings in this space, so join the community.
That's fantastic. Thank you. And I think we're running out of time, and so we have 1 minute. Do we have time for one question, or I don't know if there's something pressing. There's so much information coming.
There's one.
We got Joe there.
Hi, I was just wondering if you think that there is a real threat in the future to ban open source AI.
I think at this point, we've crossed the Rubicon. The genie's out of the bottle. There's no going back. Even the current models that we have are 140, 150 IQ. We could, if they stopped open sourcing today, we've already got an amazing foundation. But it swung the other way. 2 years ago, it was all proprietary models. Now, almost every major tech company has felt the pressure. Even Google, even OpenAI now, are finally re-releasing open source models. So it's really swung the other way, and I don't think there's any going back. And the community is making progress on training decentralized models. That's a very hard technical problem, but I would point you at Nous Research, N-O-U-S. They've done some of the best work, up to 40 billion parameters for training community models. So even in the case of extreme government censorship, we'll find a way. But I think we're in a good spot.
And on that note of optimism, I'd like everyone to join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you, Chris, Christine, Dave, and Garrett. This was an absolutely spectacular conversation. We could have gone for another couple of hours. I know that there are several questions. Thankfully, we have a coffee break and we can network with our participants. Let me just say this. I think this is a good demonstration of what Universidad de la Libertad is all about, because I can't think immediately, at least, of another place here in Mexico that is having these kinds of incredibly cool and out-of-the-box conversations about trends and topics that are going to dominate our state of affairs during the next 10 years. And let's hope that we continue to repeat this. The challenge of higher education, I think, is that. And on that note, our next session is precisely on higher education. We'll hear a conversation between our dean, Dr. Jorge Diaz-Cuervo, and we're very privileged to have Pano Canellis here with us, the Chancellor of the University of Austin. So coffee break, and we'll be here. Irma has told me, this is Colonel Irma, by the way. Irma has told me we have to be here sharp at 5 p.m. So see you soon. Thank you again.
Esta es segunda llamada. Segunda llamada. Esta es tercera llamada. Tercera llamada. Comenzamos.
Thank you, muchas gracias. We're now in the final segment of the Radical Innovation Forum 2025. I'd like once again to thank the institutions that made this possible. Atlas Network, of course, Universidad de la Libertad, here are the home of the Radical Innovation Summit, Centro Ricardo B. Salinas Pliego, and the Human Rights Foundation. Truly, it's wonderful to see how this project has grown and the type of incredible conversations that we had in the past 3 days. But there's one more critical and also great conversation that we're about to have. It's a true privilege to be able to welcome to the stage a person that here at Universidad de la Libertad we admire and that we follow, Pano Canedos, who is the chancellor and founding president of the University of Austin. I've known of him since before through a link I have with St. John's College in Annapolis. And so it's Guillermo Peña and I met with him and his partner Chad back in Austin this July, and we just asked him, would you be willing at some point, or would you ever come to Universidad de la Libertad? Yeah, I could come right now. And so here he is. Pano, it's a great privilege to welcome you here, and he'll be talking to us about the challenges of higher education.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, spotlights and everything. This is very exciting. I'm just delighted to be here. And before I say anything about higher education, I want to thank UL for inviting me to be here, inviting me to be part of this conference. I mean, this feels like a home away from home for me. As somebody who's a university founder, to come to an institution that itself is newly founded and filled with energy and filled with optimism and filled with joy. We don't have enough of that in the world, and institutions like UL are truly lighting the way forward. I also want to thank Atlas for being part of this and for doing the work of extending the realm of freedom far and wide across the world, because we can't have higher education without freedom. When we think about the purpose of the university, when we step back and we look at these strange institutions we call universities and ask ourselves, why are they here? Why have we had for millennia these places where people gather together outside the hurly-burly of daily life to have conversations, to read books, to do experiments? What is the function of these institutions? The function of the university is really quite simple. It's the place where society does its thinking. Why is that important? Because human beings are distinguished by that single faculty. Of all the creatures in the universe, we alone are creatures of logos, creatures who are capable of reason, creatures who use language and numbers and symbols to better understand the world and understand ourselves. We've created these centers for thinking, and they truly become centers for our civilization as a whole. Now, how does university work? A university works by bringing together people to exchange ideas, to contest ideas, to share ideas. A university to function has to become a forum for the marketplace of ideas. So at the core, the function of the university depends upon intellectual freedom, academic freedom, freedom of speech, and adjacent to those, to make sure that we can exercise all those freedoms, we have to be committed to civil discourse so that we can have productive disagreement. We have to be committed to freedom of conscience so that every person who comes to the table can be their authentic self as part of that conversation. Now, because we built these institutions called universities, over time, these institutions have had a more and more central role in our culture. We've moved over the past century and a half from being a world that makes things to a world that is fundamentally grounded in a knowledge economy. And as the knowledge economy became more and more important, universities became central to the flourishing of our societies. They weren't filled just with eccentric professors in tweed jackets and elbow patches smoking pipes off in the corner thinking about John Milton or Plato. They became places that produced the people who were going to produce flourishing in a knowledge economy. What do you need to flourish in a knowledge economy? You need to have the skills of mastering the arts of language, the arts of numbers, understanding of complex symbolic thinking, understanding critical thinking. And because we produced universities that fostered these skills, and these universities, particularly in the West, allowed the countries that had robust, vibrant university systems to really dominate the 20th century. The 20th century, in many ways, if you want to say, was the American century or the Western century, because the economy, the knowledge economy, was driven by the success of the universities that we had. Things have changed. We now live in a world where universities have become increasingly illiberal. They've become places, and this is acute in the US. I can't speak to Mexico, so I will speak from my experience in the United States and in Western European countries. Universities have become places not for the free and open exchange of ideas. They become places of ideological conformity, places where rather than being encouraged to speak, young people are discouraged from sharing their ideas. Rather than being places that are open to new ideas and looking for new frontiers, universities have become places of sclerotic closure, where the horizon of what's acceptable is increasingly becoming narrower and narrower. The consequences for this aren't simply the failure of universities. The consequences are the failure of free societies. So we are at a moment now where we have to reclaim freedom, reclaim academic freedom, intellectual freedom, freedom of conscience in the universities. Now, we have done that at the university that I was part of founding, the University of Austin. Our founding principles were the principles of intellectual pluralism, civil discourse, and intellectual freedom. We started just right after UL was getting started. We're 1 year behind UL. We have our second class of students. And because we announced to the world that we were a university dedicated to the fearless pursuit of truth, the response was unbelievable. We were the #1 story in the world on Twitter for 48 hours after our initial announcement. Attention came flooding in, and then students came flooding in, and supporters flooding in. And we realized at that time that there is a deep hunger for universities that are truly committed to the fearless pursuit of truth. That's why I'm so excited to be at this university, at UL, because this is an institution that understands what's really at stake in the world. You all are here. I see a great many students here, and I applaud you for being here. If you're a student at this university, you're one of the bravest people in the world. You could have gone to a conventional institution. You could have gone somewhere that was safe or familiar. You've come to this brand new experiment. This experiment will not be successful unless you make it successful. The university was built for you, and you have the privilege of being here to help build the university. So I applaud all the students that are here, the faculty and the administrators who make this possible. So we have UL, and we have University of Austin. We're a few years in. I think both schools are arousing successes. But we need more. We need, if we're really going to change the tide of higher education, this is just the very beginning. Legacy institutions are not redeemable. The historic institutions are too slow to change. They're too committed to the way things are already being done. They are too colonized by people who are self-interested ideologues to change. They will only change if we make them change. And how are we going to make them change? By providing something better, something more dynamic, something more powerful. So we have two institutions, sister institutions, one in Mexico City, one in Austin. But we're not the only institutions right now that are in formation. And so the other day when we were beginning this conference, we talked about the, big, hairy, audacious goal, right? Is that, I get the acronym right. All right. Well, my colleague Chad and I, who you'll meet in a minute, have come here with our own big, hairy, audacious goal. And that is to facilitate the founding of 50 new universities by the year 2050. 50. Now, we can't do this ourselves. I mean, starting a single university is a tremendous amount of time, work, and effort. But we set the goal, and when you set a goal, you start to backwards engineer, and you start to say, how can we make that possible? How can we make that happen? Look, we were told we couldn't even start one university. Everybody told us, you can't begin a new university in the United States today. The accreditors are going to stop you. There's not enough money. Your competitors will stand in your way. But we did that. You had the same barriers here at UL, but you founded this institution. So how do we found 48 more, all right? Well, you need to put in place the things that will help new institutions get around the barriers that exist. The barriers that keep new institutions from forming now are tremendous. The primary one is regulation in the shape of accreditation. Accreditation is simply the bureaucratizing of higher education. But it is very, very difficult to become an accredited university because universities out there are protecting their own territory. There are other significant obstacles to starting institutions. You need a lot of resources. You need money. Now, this university is blessed in having a wonderful benefactor who understands how vital creating new universities is. Unfortunately, in the world, there are not that many benefactors who understand that or see the world in that way. So we have to help new universities to raise funds. Other obstacles to starting new universities. The university system itself is against you. They are anti-competition. They will try to find ways to keep you from launching. They will try to find ways to shut you down. So as we dream of 50 new universities, we've decided to put in place the mechanisms to facilitate the foundation of those universities. And I'm going to talk about just one of those in the next couple minutes that I have. As I said, probably the number one impediment to starting a new college, a new university, a new institution of higher education is accreditation. Accreditation is simply the set of rules and regulations that a governing authority puts over the licensing or certification of a university or college. In order to be recognized by the government and then therefore be eligible for the privileges that come with having a university, in most countries you have to be accredited. But what do? They make that pathway so difficult that very few schools are willing to get on it. I'll give you a couple examples. When we were starting at the University of Austin, and we were talking to the accreditors, we asked them how long the process would take. And they said 7 years. I said, so hold on a minute. We have to start a university, and for 7 years, we're not going to be accredited. And that's going to make all of the potential students very nervous. It's going to make our faculty nervous. It's going to make parents nervous. We're going to have no access to any kind of federal funds. Not that we necessarily want them, but no access to those anyway, even though all of our competitors have it. We weren't allowed to advertise. We can't even use .edu until you're accredited. They try to delegitimize you. So what they do is they make it almost impossible to compete in the marketplace. So what you have to do is just move ahead and boldly punch through and show that you can be a not yet accredited university and still be better than every other institution that's out there. And that's what we did. But we, if we're going to start all these other universities, realize that if we could do one thing to amplify and accelerate a new constellation of universities across the world, the first thing we should do is start a new accreditor. So we are starting a new global accreditor that's going to be free from government and federal control. We are starting, and I'm going to use this analogy loosely, the Bitcoin of accreditors. We are creating our own accreditation currency, our own way of granting credits for classes. And we're doing this by creating a network of new universities, emerging universities called the Future Universities Alliance. And we're going to gather together and set our own guidelines and our own rules. And we're going to make an accreditor that's going to move new institutions quickly and ensure that they're dynamic, that's going to encourage experimentation, that's going to encourage new ways of doing things. Because the only way that higher education is going to move into the 20th century is if we come up with new models while still respecting the traditions that have traditionally made universities places of learning. I mean, I'm a great books guy. I love I'm a Shakespearean. I think all this is very important in corporate we're doing, but how do you take those ideas like you have here at UL, your sort of liberal arts core, and then layer on top of that an institution that's going to create the next generation of builders and leaders and innovators and entrepreneurs. So today, those of you who are in this room are hearing for the very first time in public about the new accreditor, the global accreditation project that we're launching. And I hope that we'll find in many of you some support, encouragement. There are other things that we're building out to help new universities, which I don't have time to talk about today because we're about to go into a panel. But we're going to have a panel discussion now about higher education in general. And we'll save some time for questions after that if you want to follow up on anything I said. But again, thank you for allowing me to be here on the stage. And thank you to my good friends at UL for doing the wonderful work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please do stay on stage. I'd like to invite both Jorge Diaz-Cuervo and Chad Thevenot, also of University of Austin, and Atos now, who's helping Pano with this Bitcoin of accreditation. We absolutely love this characterization. While you sit down, I'm going to say something in Spanish that struck me from your conversation. A todos los estudiantes aquí reunidos, ¿se acuerdan la semana pasada que Ana Mayen les dijo el valor y la oportunidad que tienen ustedes de cambiar el rumbo de la educación en México? Lo acaban de oír de una personalidad mundialmente famosa que está haciendo uno de los experimentos más increíbles en la educación, el doctor Pano Canelis. Así que créanselo, lo que les dijo Ana tiene absolutamente toda la razón. The courage to be at the Universidad de la Libertad is an absolute privilege. Y creo que eso habla mucho de que no tan solo nosotros lo estamos diciendo, sino otros alrededor del mundo lo están reconociendo. So thank you for your words, Pano. Thank you, Jorge, Chad, Pano. Jorge, take it away.
Thank you, Roberto. Pano, Chad, welcome to Mexico and welcome to Universidad de la Libertad. We're very happy to have you here.
We're happy to be here.
Let me start with you, Pano. Last year, Forbes magazine published a survey saying that 73% of employers in the US find that graduates from universities lack essential soft skills like critical thinking, effective communication, and active listening. How is University of Austin, or how should universities at all tackle this terrible news, this terrible issue?
Yeah, let me address that in this way. I start off with the question, why do we have these places called universities? And it's because human beings learn best when we learn together. When you come together and you have different opinions, you believe this and I believe that, all right? At a university, one opinion plus another opinion shouldn't leave us with two opinions. It should leave us with better opinions. So the mission of coming together is to find a way to shape our dialogue in the most productive way possible. We learn things about the world, learn things about ourselves, we learn what is true, we learn maybe what's false. That process of learning is exactly what is needed in the world today. The process of discernment, the process of prudence. We don't need intelligence, all right? We have this thing called artificial intelligence. I'll say aside, everybody's worried about artificial intelligence. I'm more worried about natural ignorance, all right? So intelligence, if you take artificial intelligence for however you describe it, all right, it's filled with data, it's filled with information. We don't need intelligence, we need wisdom. And universities are the places where we cultivate wisdom. That's what employers are looking for people who can think critically, think together, suppress their own ego if there's a better answer that emerges. Those are the kind of people that are going to change the world.
Of course, Pano, thank you. Chad, we've seen in the past decade, maybe, this so-called cancel culture growing in university campuses. Some authors call it binary thinking or pathological dualism. How can universities fight back? It seems to be a cancer that's growing and growing in every campus, even and also in Mexico's universities.
I think they are already fighting back. In my estimation, the peak of this was around 2022, 23, and then the culture was all of a sudden paying a lot more attention. Certainly by October 7th, 2023, anybody who wasn't taking this seriously all of a sudden was. And it wasn't October 7th that mattered in higher ed, it was October 8th. Because we all know what happened on October 7th, and then October 8th, the reaction on college campuses was shocking for many people. They were like, on my campus? At Columbia, or at Penn, or Duke? They had heard rumors that there were these problems, but they didn't believe it until they saw it with their own eyes. And it was so stark. So certainly by 2023, we saw a recognition that there was a real problem on college campuses, and it wasn't just some sort of conspiracy or the right of center, students and donors complaining. So culturally, we've seen a pushback on higher education. I think we've seen a pushback, and now university presidents across the country, not just because their hand is being forced, but because donors and trustees and others are applying pressure, they are starting to ask for help, right? This isn't just a matter of policy, it's a matter of culture. How do you rebuild the culture on campus for free and open inquiry as opposed to DEI, for example? You can't just kind of you change a policy and all of a sudden everything magically happens. You now have a culture, you have faculty, in some cases students, certainly administrators who are committed to an old way of doing things. But that's starting to happen. So I'm an optimist, but this isn't a matter of like the next 2 years. I think it's a matter of the next 20 years. For example, you have tenured faculty who are embedded in these institutions, and they're operating on their own sort of set of incentives, and that doesn't change overnight.
Today is September 11. 24 years ago, one of the most horrible terrorist attacks occurred in New York. Thousands of innocent people were killed. And yesterday, Charlie Kirk was murdered in a university campus. So, Pano, what did you tell us, or what did you talk about the importance of intellectual humility versus arrogance, or intellectual superiority, related to tolerance and broad, tolerance at all. How, when you were designing University of Austin, how did you think about preparing students to have intellectual humility and listen to all sides? You kind of talked about it. And let me refer to something that Lincoln said to a congressman, Moorhead. Two men may differ and both be right. No? How can we understand with humility that nobody has entitled the whole reason? And how should we be afraid of people who are full of certainties?
Well, look, the patron saint of the university, in my opinion, is the philosopher Socrates. And what Socrates taught us is that the beginning of wisdom is knowing what you don't know, recognizing how limited we are as knowers in the world. I do want to comment before I conclude that train of thought on the assassination yesterday of Charlie Kirk. Because it wasn't just that he was killed. He was killed at the moment that he was defending the very right to disagree on college campuses. And he was purposely targeted at that moment. The bullet that killed him is trying to kill, trying to destroy the spirit of institutions in terms of being open, being intellectually humble. It's trying, that was an attempt to put fear in the heart of those who are trying to push back against cancel culture, push back against illiberalism. It's a tragedy, but it's one that we all need to take courage from. We need to live up to the principles that Charlie Kirk stood for. Whether you agree with him point by point on his politics does not matter. He did exactly, Jorge, what you're suggesting. He would go, I don't know if you know much about him, he would go to college campuses and open a tent and sit there and say, come, convince me I'm wrong about something. And then he would engage students in the most polite, civil conversation you can imagine.
He was a racist and a misogynist.
Oh.
How can you appreciate this?
You may feel that way about him. I'm certain that you don't feel that he deserved an assassin's bullet. Okay, thank you. And if you have a disagreement with him, you know what? You have been deprived of the ability to disagree with him and find a way to see if you have any common ground. So I will just say that. All right. So back to the question about intellectual humility. What we're lacking in the culture and what he was representing is the spirit of civil discourse. Civil discourse is to get those of us who disagree about things to come together in productive ways. And you need really 3 elements for civil discourse, and this is what we built the University of Austin on. The very first thing you need is intellectual humility. That is remembering that each of us, like, we are human beings, we're on this planet for a short period of time. We're trying to figure things out. We actually know very, very little. I mean, I can't even tell you how the remote control of my TV works. Yet I have a PhD. All right? We know very little, and starting that and realizing that the only way we're going to learn a little bit more is incrementally engaging other people in conversation. So that what we do is we create a kind of mosaic of knowledge. We're all adding little pieces. And as we add those pieces together, a larger picture emerges. And as that picture emerges, we move forward as society. So intellectual humility is where you begin. The second part of civil discourse is recognizing the universal dignity of every single human being. Again, we are all human beings on this planet for a short while. We have equal value and equal worth. So when we engage with each other, we have to treat one another as equals. And the third element to civil discourse is a passion for the truth. So we may be intellectually humble and realize we can't really know very much, but we have to be fired up with a passion to try to know the world better. If we can put those 3 things together as an institution or as individuals, then we can actually have the conversations we need to have. And that, I think, is what Charlie Kirk was representing.
Chad, yesterday at our meeting, you both said something that kept me thinking all night long. You said that in the past year or so, every week, one university in the United States closes.
Yes, on average.
On average. And probably in the same period of time, there's only one new university that was born, and that was University of Austin. What is happening? What's behind the crisis of all these universities going out of business?
Well, first it's a demographic shift. So there are fewer college-age kids. So we're now starting to see that change in demographics put pressure on institutions. They don't have this growing audience where everybody can succeed. Now there's a shrinking audience, and so they have to go compete for that audience of students. But they don't have the business model to do that. They all, in a sense, have the same business model. They're competing for the same students in the same ways. So the institutions that do not have either the endowment support or the public support, like a state institution, so those institutions are fine, right? Your state colleges are in good shape. Your highly endowed schools, like the Ivy League schools, are in good shape. They're not under threat of closing. But all of those institutions sort of in the middle, particularly rural institutions that aren't in big cities, that don't have the kind of support, private and public support, they're now vulnerable. They would call us, they would call Pano, and sort of say, our institution's beleaguered, we're about to go under the next 2 years, can you help? And we can't. Without changing the fundamentals that they face, we're not in a position to help. They have to completely renew those institutions and rethink those institutions. And unfortunately, very few of these colleges have enough incentive to do that. So they tell themselves they can go about doing the same thing that they were doing all along, compete in the same ways, offer the same kind of programs, have the same kind of cost structure, and somehow they're going to make it, and they don't. And that's why we see those closures.
Pano, how do you think AI is going to change education? What do you think is the impact of artificial intelligence in our educational models?
I'm very intimidated to answer that question in this room because there's so many people here who know so much more about AI than I do. I'll give it a shot. I think fundamentally, as I said when I was talking earlier, universities have always been in the business of preparing people for the knowledge economy. Even way back when medieval universities were founded, Oxford, Cambridge, Bologna, Sorbonne, except the knowledge economy back then was very small. What jobs did you actually need intellectual preparation for? Law, medicine, and theology. That was sort of it. As the knowledge economy became essentially the center part of the economy, universities have played a different role preparing graduates to sort of enter that space. Now AI has shuffled everything. And so now AI is actually able to do the things that we've been preparing people to do for centuries. 3 years ago, the hottest major at universities was computer science, coding. 3 years ago. Nobody's becoming a coder now. Radiology. I have a sister-in-law who's a radiologist. The entire field of radiology is going to disappear because AI can read scans better than human beings can. So the economy is changing. The way we use knowledge is changing. We are the centers of knowledge production, of knowledge transmission. We have to change in accord with that. This is one of the reasons I think we should start 50 new universities, because we don't have the answer yet for what universities should become in the age of AI. So we need bold experiments that are all going to approach this in different ways. And I hope many of the people in here who are AI fluent and understanding things better will take your knowledge and talent to educational institutions and help them navigate this particular time. But we have to be open, we have to be bold, and we have to be ready.
Churches and universities are the oldest institutions still on earth. Chad, going back to fighting for places, universities where ideas can be, all ideas are welcome, but all ideas are challenged. But there's a growing belief that universities are prioritizing indoctrination instead of teaching students to think independently. You think, is that really happening in many universities, that students are getting indoctrinated instead of?
Yes and no. Yes, I think it's happening. No, I don't think it's as bad as some of the alarmism that you see. If you listen to some pundits, they would say that all of higher education is like a dumpster fire, and every kid is being indoctrinated in some ways. I don't think that's true. From institution to institution, there are differences. From department to department, the history department is a lot different than the economics department, which is a lot different than the engineering department. So I think it's an exaggeration. And what you hear is when people say that, there's this widespread indoctrination, we should just burn it down, right? We need to just do away with higher education. I think that's a naive point of view. That being said, I think certainly in some fields in particular, particularly in the humanities and social sciences, that there has been a very steady, for decades, sort of bubble, right? Where it's no longer about pursuing the truth, it's about knowing what the truth is and making sure we're imparting that on our students. So, and particularly in fields like history, political science, literature, and you can see this in the data when they go in and they ask these questions about political differences or other kinds of differences. You can see these stark sort of contrast between the number of registered Democrats versus Republican or whatever. So people should be concerned about that. That's not the role for a university to impart some sort of truth, right? It's the free and open exploration of truth. Again, I think there's now a lot more awareness about that as a serious problem than there was even 2 years ago. The University of Austin was part of creating awareness of that problem, but we've got to make sure that we don't all of a sudden treat it like the entire thing needs to be thrown out. But I agree with Pano. I don't think the answer is that you can go in and start reforming it by tinkering on the margins. Without outside pressure from competition, from new entrants, the universities, for the most part, don't have an incentive to change. Think about what's the incentive for Harvard to change or the University of Texas to change? Do the faculty want change? Do the donors, by and large, want change? They don't. The incentives are just not strong enough. And philanthropists will also come in and say, we want to make this kind of change. Here's a $50 million gift. Well, when you have an endowment that's $40 billion, even a $50 million gift doesn't move the needle. So the way that we're going to see change for this kind of problem, this kind of indoctrination problem, is we have to see new institutions showing that old model doesn't work, that the indoctrination model doesn't work. That's part of what University of Texas, University of Austin was doing. Our motto is the fearless pursuit of truth. We were showing that there is demand for the free and open exploration of ideas rather than this increasing indoctrination. And so other universities started to take notice. If we have 50 universities practicing those kinds of values and other sorts of innovations, that puts pressure on the system, that changes the conversation in higher ed.
Could I add a comment to that? Because I think this is one of the critical questions, and I think it's a misunderstood perception. It's complicated. I think where the perception of indoctrination comes from, one place is that we live in a society where there is a kind of radical divergence in opinions. We live in a polarized society. We live in a society where people are increasingly moving farther apart. And in most cases, if you're at a university, just one side of the opinion spectrum is represented. Or it's only acceptable to say certain things. And this may not be hard indoctrination, but it's kind of soft indoctrination. Because what students learn is, well, if I want to get my degree and I want to get a job, I should just keep my head down and be quiet and conform. And so they may not be indoctrinated, but they're certainly not being fully educated because they can't be fully part of the conversation. That's one part of it. The other part is that in the faculty we've seen the rise and dominance of, if you remember Lord of the Rings, there was the ring, like one ring to rule them all. It's like one theory to rule them all. And that is critical theory. The idea that there's an overarching critical theory that can be applied to every single discipline, humanities, social sciences, even the sciences now. And at the core of that theory is an idea that I think is wrong, but has come to dominate the thinking of most members of the faculty of most institutions. And that is that all human relationships are relationships of power. That every human relationship involves domination and submission. That's that's an overly simplified way to think about the human experience. The matrix of human experience is much more complex than domination and submission. Sometimes two people can harm each other. Sometimes two people can help each other. Sometimes one person can sacrifice themselves for another. And so it reduces human relations, I think, to a binary formula that is ultimately not intellectually justifiable or sustainable. And look, we know binary thinking is only appropriate for very small children and machines. Adults should be thinking in a much more complex fashion. So I think those are some of the factors that lead people to feel that universities have become ideologically monochromatic, which feels like a kind of indoctrination, even if the professor is not intending that in the classroom.
Allow me for one last question before we open to the floor. We open for Q&As from our visitors. I would like Chad and Pano to go back to your proposal, which UL is very enthusiastic about this global independent certification using decentralized technology. And that's why in a Radical Innovation Summit, we're talking about this very important initiative which can really change the name of the game in terms of higher education. And you said it's the equivalent of Bitcoin. Just to close this part of this conference, would you please elaborate on how would it be, how many universities can participate, how do you see this global certification process, and how many years do you think it could be done?
So it should be able to happen relatively quickly within the next 2 years. The process is going to take a few founding institutions to set the standards, set the guidelines, and then start to bring in other institutions within, after we officially get the project up and running. The reason we say it's sort of like Bitcoin is that, what is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is something that has value because people agree that it has value. It has a kind of, there's a general agreement it has value, and the value is distinct from a centralized authority saying this has value. So it's a kind of communal assessment of value. We want to create an accreditor that operates in that way, where all the universities together say, what's really important at universities? That's what we should be assessing. And schools that live up to those standards are the schools that should be accredited. So that's how we see that particular analogy playing out.
Would it be like IB, for example, what International Baccalaureate?
Well, that's certainly a model that when people say, well, how can this be done? Well, we know there's already been a model like this with IB in high schools, international, right, standard, adopted voluntarily, independently, and then as it set a higher standard, it attracted more and more institutions that wanted to be part of it. But going back to the Bitcoin analogy, two of the most important properties of Bitcoin are the fact that it disintermediates, right? It gets rid of these arbitrary sort of people in the middle just to connect the buyer and the seller. And that's very much part of what we want to do. You don't want accreditors or countries or institutions, in a sense, inserting themselves into a process between basically the person that's providing the learning and the person that's received the learning. The other is, of course, accountability and transparency. There's transparency in Bitcoin. Everybody can see who owns what, right? And so those are some of the properties of Bitcoin that I think make a lot of sense for a modern day global system of credits. So some of the rest of the analogy may not hold up, but I think that the general idea holds up.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We open the floor to questions. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. My name is Luis. I'm half Hungarian, half Colombian. And I studied in Budapest, back home. And my university, Central European University, was forced to close because of the Hungarian regime of Orban. And one of the things that the founder, which might not be the most popular person in the room, George Soros, said when he opened the university was that he wanted to have a university as you describe it, as a place to disagree. And I think that in his book, My Philanthropy, not mine, his, but in his book, he actually said that he failed after 20 years in the university because he realized after 10 years that the purpose was missed, mostly because of faculty, because inevitably it became the faculty became very institutionalized, very secure in their positions, and then they defeated the purpose because then there was only one side to defend. And then what he was trying to create was this place of discord, place of debate, place of, and I wonder if in the model that you present also you see this potential flaw with faculty staying too long, if you feel that maybe the model should be more competitive between faculty rotating, or in a way, because you present a great idea, but I just really hope that it doesn't fail like like my university failed at that point.
Yeah, the primary reason faculty are immovable, why they have jobs for life, is because of the system of tenure. You know, and for those of you who aren't familiar with the intricacies of the professional collegiate world, tenure is basically, you're a professor, you get a job at a university. After a period of years, they determine whether or not to give you a job for the rest of your life, and then you're tenured. Once you have that, there's no going back, because then the faculty become comfortable. They're not incentivized to innovate, to think differently. And then what ends up happening is in the tenure system, it's professors who decide who gets tenured. So the professors end up hiring and tenuring the people that they tend to agree with already. So you get a whole bunch of people who get jobs for life who all see the world the same way. This is why we think it's almost impossible to reform institutions from the inside out. So the University of Austin, we don't have tenure. We hire professors, we give them solid contracts for a period of time, and they're like real contracts in the real world. Professors agree to do a job, they agree to educate, do research. There are very, very distinct responsibilities they have, and as long as they continue to do their job and do it well, they can get a contract renewal. But at some point, you know, there are going to be faculty who aren't doing their job well, or who maybe have lost sight of what the purpose of their job really is as an educator. And, you know, they can be phased out by contract. And I think that's a fair system.
By the way, the same here. I mean, the tenure concept is outside of these doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, we think that's a problem. Go ahead, yeah.
Is accreditation like a government construct? Like, is it put in place through government regulations, or is it already some sort of private system? And so, in other words, what barriers will you have in your plan?
So it kind of lives in a gray zone between private and public, in that the accreditors are independent nonprofit organizations. But in order for their accreditation to allow a school to access federal funding and federal benefits, they have to follow the guidelines set by the federal government. So the federal government and sometimes state governments impose regulations, impose guidelines, and the accreditors have to abide by those. So even though they're independent actors, they don't have a lot of flexibility when it comes to establishing their own, let's say, rubrics for assessment in that. Now, for us, one of the ways to get out of that system is to not care about federal funding. So when you're creating a global accreditor across the world, you're not asking for funding from any particular country. And once you're sort of decoupled from that, then the system is one that is self-validating, like the IB system. If 50 schools across the world say, we're accrediting one another because we believe in the quality of the other institutions, that creates its own standard and its own legitimacy.
Yeah, here in Mexico, program accreditation is in the hands of the Ministry of Education, and they're very conservative. They don't like innovation. They like very traditional programs. And for example, for you to be able to name yourself a university, you have to have at least 6 programs accredited in 3 different fields of knowledge. And it's quite a hustle to get your accreditation. I mean, there's a lot of paperwork, and you have to, for example, in our case, you have to have kind of a translator, so that what we are doing here, our model and the courses we're teaching, we have to translate them in what they want to see. Because if we tell them what we're doing, they will not let us exist. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, thank you for these insights. I'm so... Am I on? Can you hear me?
It's cracking.
The last time, it made me think of the last time I recall a major rejection of the status quo in education, and that was when the library at MIT and many other universities canceled their contracts with Elsevier. And that changed the whole landscape of publishing, academic publishing. Scholars started to go for open source. And so you might find common cause with the libraries at the universities that have canceled their contracts with the packaged publishing firms like Elsevier and have gone to the open source model. Yeah.
That's a great suggestion, and there is an analog there. I think that kind of a decentering effect of that, I think, is very important. Yeah.
Over here. Yes. Okay.
So I was thinking a little bit about what Chad had to say, and I was thinking back when I was working on my master's degree. I was in a sociology class. Just a small anecdote, and then I'll get to the question. I recall having to write a paper on the sort of the origins of sociology, and I had to choose between three different theories. One was, of course, Marx's labor theory of value and class theory, and then there was some version of positivism, Auguste Comte's, and then structuralism. And then the professor said, you can choose an additional idea, but it better be really good. So I was already a dyed-in-the-wool libertarian, so what if I approached sociology from an Randian objectivist position? So I wrote the paper, ended up getting a C on it, and was basically told that this is not the basis of sociology, this is not where sociology comes from. So the question that I have is, and this is to Chad or Pano, if either of you guys think about this, how do you go about providing an inspiration to think about these subjects in a way that is not mandated in a conformist way within the university, right? Because if they have an origin that's sort of, that tends to lean more left or in a certain direction, there should be the ability for students to approach it in a more critical manner, thinking about other philosophers and other ways of thinking about them.
It's interesting because I had a similar but opposite experience. Maybe this is a bit of a confession. I'm not even sure Pano knows this. I got my graduate degree from Georgetown University in cultural studies. So I studied Foucault and critical theory. That's literally what I did for 2 years. I did it in part because I was libertarian at the time, so I knew what I was walking into. But rather than completely dismiss that area of thought, I wanted to better understand it. And if there was aspects of it that could be valuable to me, then I wanted to kind of capture those intellectual tools. And what happened is when I got into that program and eventually the cat was out of the bag a little bit, the professors knew where I was coming from, rather than discriminate against me, they actually treated me kind of special. I was like the only person in the class who was asking a different kind of question and approaching things with a different assumption. Now, maybe that's just a product of that being 25 years ago. That was in 2000 to 2002. So maybe things have just changed and you can't have that experience anymore. The tension is we have to have an environment in which people can disagree and have different point of views, including the professor's point of view. So you want a lot of that creative tension. You certainly don't want everybody agreeing, but what you don't want is that those point of views from the students or the faculty shutting other people down. And again, this is a cultural problem and not just a policy problem. You cannot fix this just by sort of saying, we have a new policy. You have to change the expectations that people have about what's the life of the mind on campus. So I don't have all the answers other than the way you change a culture is by demonstrating a better way forward. As individuals, as faculty in their classroom, and as institutions. And again, I think we're starting to see some of that within higher ed, but I think the only way that really happens if there's pressure from the outside that shows a better model and creates sort of competition that forces a change in the way that people think about how universities operate.
Yeah, and I would add to that, I think professors should have an obligation to reward creative, eccentric, out-of-the-box answers. So thinking differently should be something that is actually incentivized and awarded. It shouldn't be about what case you're making. It should be how well you're making the case you're trying to make. So not what the conclusion is, but are you being persuasive? So I think, in a world in which professors were saying, hey, we've talked about 3 theories in class, make a persuasive case for another way to look at this, then you open up a world of possibilities, as opposed to like choose chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry. And I think that's how you make a classroom more dynamic.
Well, panel, thank you. Chad, thank you. Please join me in an applause for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chad. Thank you. Jorge, Pano, exceptional conversation, exchange of ideas. In truth, it's part of the Radical Innovation Summit to address issues as important as education, and that is our purpose here. We've come to the final part of the Radical Innovation Summit, which is the announcement of the winners of the Shark Tank competition.